Hey, Terry. Terry's first. Look at that. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Hope everyone is having a great week. It is good to see you, Terry. I know you haven't been around much. Hope you are doing well. Hope you aren't having any crazy storms this week. We had some crazy warnings yesterday, but it didn't end up storming too bad, at least by me. So yeah. I hope everyone is doing great today. I have been trying to figure out how to stream the hearing. I missed watching burp. Can I speak up? Yeah, hold on. Let me see. Is my speaker working that great today? What the fuck? I thought maybe my volume was messed up, but I have it all the way up. Hold on. Can I? Oh, you're messing with me. LOL. I'm gonna kick your butt, Terry. All right. Did you watch? I know you're messing with me. I got that. I was hoping to restream. Oh, Shelly, if you're messing with me, I can't. I'm gonna kick your butt. I knew you were messing. I knew it. Look at you guys. Just messing with me already, man. Look at you. Just teasing the crap out of me. I know. I love you too. I forgive you. But when you're on this end, you're like, can you really not hear me? Can you hear me? I don't know. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I'll be the next Verizon person that says, can you hear me now? Did you guys watch the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing? I was trying to watch it with Justice Served. Terry. Hey, Shelly, Terry says he can't hear you. That's hysterical. Long as it's not T-Mobile. As long as it's not Boost Mobile, as my daily fuck you, Boost Mobile, comes out of my mouth. But I'm trying to figure out. Justice Served TV was in the courtroom for Kelsey Fitzsimmons today, and I know their stream got messed up. So I know Law Girls Not Attorneys was in there too, but I don't know anybody from Law Girls Not Attorneys somebody a while ago said they could email them when I wanted to watch something because I don't want to just snipe their stuff. Joy was going to ask if I could restream Justice Served, but Justice Served's video got messed up at the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing. So I missed watching it, so I don't even know what happened. I heard a couple minutes of it at the end where the judge said an hour a week isn't enough. So that was good. But then I couldn't really tell what else was being said. So I don't know. Someone needs to help me out here. Hey, Darth Vader. Yeah, I know Melanie Little played it, but she streamed from Law Girls Not Attorneys. So, like I said, I don't want to just snake Law Girls Not Attorneys stream because I'm just not like that. And I don't know anybody from them. I do know that before they were streaming something I wanted to stream, they said they'd email them, but I don't remember who that was, who knows them. Yep, Boost Mobile, same shit. Yeah, the volume was all fucked up. That's for sure. Yeah, I don't know what happened with Justice Served stream. Something happened where they lost part of it, only got half of it or something. So they took their stream from Law Girls Not Attorneys. So I don't know. She's going to come out with her ruling before Mother's Day. Okay. The judge is going to do a temporary motion, but it sounds like it might take a while. She did sound like she wanted Kelsey to have the baby for Mother's Day, so hopefully before then. Oh, I hope so. Hi, Kristen. I did hear something about the judge, because this wasn't the original judge, right? So I did hear at the end a little bit about the judge got reassigned and now it's going to be put back on the case. I don't know. So I really wanted to watch the entire thing. But it's not enough. It's not quick enough. I'm so glad I went over that yesterday that Kelsey at least got to see her baby for a couple of hours. And it's not going to happen overnight, that's for sure. I get that. And the baby shouldn't just be thrust into a whole new situation again overnight. So I get that too. But they shouldn't exactly. That's exactly it, Terry. They shouldn't kick the can and just, push it down the road. No, this can't keep happening. Kelsey Fitzsimmons has been through hell and back, and she deserves to reunite with her baby and more than a couple of hours a month. Like, that's insane. I just, oh, sorry, guys. Sia Blue. That's all who's here today is Mod. Sorry. Sia Blue. I was like, what? Mild No, don't be intimidated. My mods are wonderful. My whole chat is wonderful. I love you guys. Terry says, Dar, so because I'm a mod, I don't count. Couldn't see the judge, and there will be a different judge next time. So that's what I heard. At least Zach isn't here. Uh-oh. Don't talk about Zach, because then he'll just show up. Or when I talk about menopause, he just happens to show up. Yeah. But I couldn't see the judge either, so I didn't know it was a different judge until I think it was Linda who said that it was a different judge this time, but it's going to go back to the original judge next time. So I don't know. The whole thing, the whole ridiculousness of constantly switching judges in Massachusetts is just insane to me. It's not like that here in Michigan. I don't understand why they do that. Why do new judges have to get read up on cases every hearing? Like, why don't you just keep the same fucking judge? I don't understand. See, this is what I'm saying. If you conjure Zach, don't jinx it. And you know what? It's your fault for mentioning Zach if you do. Say his name 3 times. It's funny. Hey, Nefarious. I don't block anybody, Zach. But I know you did for a while, and I completely understand if you need to. We know Zach is a malevolent. I can never say that word right. Malevolent and benevolent. Benevolent. He's a benevolent troll. He's a good troll. We like Zach. I like anything that makes me laugh. Hi, crazy Sammy. Yeah. He's worse if you block him. Because then he'll constantly say, "Will you tell so and so I said so and so? Can you tell so and so I said so and so?" That's all you see. Uh-oh. Terry has us all blocked. Damn, Terry. Come on. No wonder I haven't been able to find you. I'm just kidding. I know you don't. Is everybody else having crazy weather this week? I'm telling you, the pain that I have been in these last couple days with the threat of rain and the humidity and all that shit. Then we had a whole bunch of warnings yesterday, thunderstorm warnings that never really accumulated. It's crazy. I just wish it would rain and get it the fuck over with. You don't even know how to unblock someone, so there's that. Well, if you ever need to unblock someone, let me know. I'll show you how, but I understand if you don't. I'm about to drive, but I will be listening in the car. Nefarious, be careful on the road. Everyone who drives while listening to me, please, please, please be careful. Ooh, Terry says it's cold today. Yeah, see, it's not really cold because as he said, I mean, as long as it's over like 50 some degrees, I'm happy. So like it's like 53 or 55 here. So it's not cold or anything, but for Michigan anyway. But it's dreary and it rained all last night. The humidity isn't out of control because of the rain, and I can't stand it. Oh, Darth Vader has blue skies and no wind. I'm jealous. Actually, nice here today for once, says Shelley. So New Hampshire is nice. That's good. I'm glad you guys, at least you guys, some of you guys have some great weather going. Um, while I figure out about Kelsey's hearing real quick, we are going to get into Matthew DiSogra's testimony today. Yesterday we finished up with the Commonwealth's case. Oh my God, it is here. It's in the 50s yesterday and was almost nine. Oh, it is in the 50s. Yesterday was almost 90. That's Michigan for you, too. Michigan's like that. I tell people all the time, you can wear shorts one day and snow boots the next. People don't believe me when I say that, but like Michigan's weather, we call it bipolar. Like we literally make fun of the weather here. It's bipolar, okay? It just never knows what it wants to do. It can literally change. It can be like 60, 71 degrees in the middle of the night. And by the time you wake up, it's like 39. It's crazy. Hey, Malin, welcome. Oh man, sisters here. I know you guys watched it, but see, I don't want to just snipe anyone's. No offense, but I don't want to step on anyone's toes. Joy was going to ask if I could restream Justice Serve TV, but they had audio issues and things in the courtroom, so they used Law Girl Not Attorney, but I don't know anyone at Law Girls Not Attorneys to email and see if they would mind me using theirs to go over it. So I just don't want to do that without permission. Exactly, Darby. That's what I'm talking about. Michigan's the same way. Oh, you do know them. Okay. So like if you're I knew someone I knew law girls, not attorneys. And I was like, someone, I wonder, I don't know, remember who it is. So Malin, if there's any chance you can email them and ask them if they wouldn't mind me using their stream to just go over the actual hearing part. Would you let me know? I was gonna watch it, and I was working on my stuff for today, and I was on the phone, I was doing a lot of things, so I missed really everything that even Justice Serve covered. Um, I only heard bits and pieces towards the end, and I would really like to go over it, but they didn't say much you really needed to watch. Gotcha. Have to be nice now, May is here. Terry, what the fuck? You're so funny. Use my stream if you know them. Whoa, wait, what? Oh, that was two convos combined. I, I, I'm so confused. I don't know them. Okay. I don't know if it's me or what, but I have no idea what you meant by that. Use my stream if you want. It's okay. I mean, I wanted to really just go over what the judge said. But if you guys all watched it already, there's not really a point. It was supposed to say use my stream if you want. If you know them was a completely okay, I got you. I got you. The only two people I can help with and get a hold of are Bay Harbor Beauty and Nurse Kim. Gotcha. I love Nurse Kim. I rarely get to watch her lives except for Bettero. I'm always listening Sunday mornings when I wake up and they're on. I love listening to conversations. I don't really chat in Nurse Kim's chat just because it's kind of the same thing with like Turtle Boy and even Will the Glare now. When the chat gets too fast and too like I've said this several times, is that by the time I complete my chat, like what I want to say without errors, like the moment's passed. Like there's no point in actually putting it in. So I just say hi to people and that's about it. Terry, what you watched it and couldn't hear it? Yeah, because of the audio issues. Ooh, nefarious. 64 degrees. If it's over 40 degrees, I am happy. I agree. Like I get you. That's exactly how I feel. Like if it's I my perfect weather would be anywhere between 50 well normal anywhere between 60 and 75. I'm completely happy. But agreed that if I mean even if it's even the 40s kind of low. So I'll have to say 50s, but anything over 50, I'm happy. While girls are driving home now, okay, yeah, because court's over, so that's why I caught the tail end. So, but you guys seems like most of you watched it, or if not all of you. So we'll just get into what I had planned then for today. We are starting the defense case. Their first up is Matthew DiSogra, who, goes over all of the EDR data, blows Man Shannon out of the water. That's what I thought, Malin, because that's what I caught at the end something about the judges being switched up. That's what I was talking about. Like the judges, like they constantly switching judges in Massachusetts is crazy. You have to be on high alert as a mod. Yeah, I can't imagine being a mod in like Nurse Kim's or Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy's chat is just like no other. I can't even really say hello. I don't even barely ever say hello in Turtle Boy's chat because I would feel bad to say hi everyone and then people start addressing me and then me missing it and not saying hi back. So I just don't because it goes by so fast. It makes me sick to my it literally nauseates me to watch chats that fly by so fast. I can only take so much. uh Maiden divorced you, Terry says her home husband was headed back to work and distracting her. Nefarious says, "Oh, I hear that. Sometimes I ask a question and then try to look for somebody that answered it and I can't find it and I just give up." Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Like I I get so, as I've talked about my stupid short fucking fat fingers, um, you know, I try when I have to make a point or want to ask a question, I try to make sure it's not doesn't have a bunch of typos in it and autocorrect, didn't change things that I didn't want it to change. And by the time I get done with all that, like the moment's passed. Like it's like, what's the fucking point? So if I if I just don't chat, it just makes it so much easier. So that's what it's come to for me. I just can't. Yes, the bro-in-law's fault, Terry. Zarbator says, I'm losing interest in certain people. Hate to leave, but it's a repeating the same stuff from previous streams. My attention goes elsewhere. No, I totally understand that, Darvader. It's totally true. Um, I mean, this is what I'm saying. That's why I just said if most of you guys already watched it, I'm not gonna go over it. So we are gonna get back into where we left off yesterday once I catch up on the chat. Happy if you don't have snow. Totally, yeah. Oh my God, speaking of mowing the lawn, if you were here with me yesterday, you know I was blowing my lid about the fucking noise and I came in cranky as all hell listening to Welter. Thankfully, it rained like hell last night and our lawn people didn't come up, the fourth day in a row now? I'm just praying that somehow they don't decide to come again today. I don't know why they come every fucking day to mow the lawn. Like, it doesn't make sense. 71 degrees in southern Ohio. Was rainy, but now sunny. See, it's been rainy since yesterday, but it's just gloomy now. It's not raining, but gloomy. Yeah, this is why I'm telling you, I get it. The the repetitiveness gets old, especially when you go to your favorite content creators and they're all saying the same thing. Like I go over something in particular that I haven't seen just so we can talk about it or I want to express my feelings about it or vent about it. Um but since I kind of got the gist of the hearing, it's not even worth going over. We'll be talking about them till 2030. Yeah, I get it. Hey, Jeannie Lynn, you keep forgetting your lives. You're so silly. I post in Discord. It stormed there until 2:30. Oh, well, at least it stopped sooner. It was here. It was raining until like 6 o'clock this morning, but it wasn't like storming like it was supposed to. We kept getting thunderstorm warnings last night before I got off last night. Everyone here in Michigan were like, that's why I got up. I'm like, I better go make some food in case I lose power. And I'm like, if I'm not streaming tomorrow, it's because I lost power. But then we never even got the storms that they were predicting. It just rained. So, hi, Barbara. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I totally get it, you guys. You're not wrong. Trust me, I do the same thing. That's another reason why I get to a point where I think I want to cover something, but then it's everyone else already covered it and said all the things that I would probably say. So I just am like, okay, let's, yeah, there's no point. Because you're exactly right. It gets repetitive and boring. We all have CRS here, okay? And if you don't know what CRS is, it means can't remember shit, okay? I have that. Several of us here have that, and it's okay. Hippie chick on a break at work. Well, take full advantage of that break and don't work too hard. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys all for being here. Oh, and just in case since you're here, just in case you haven't heard yet, our Friday nights are a go, 10 o'clock Eastern. Be here, be square. We have a great thing getting set up for this Friday. We are going to have a blast. If you just want to come in and have a laugh, come to my channel every Friday night at 10 o'clock because that is what our streams on Friday nights are going to be all about. Just having some laughs. We never know exactly um like what we're going to talk about or do. However, this Friday we do have at least a small portion of our stream um already semi planned. So, and it's going to be epic. That's all I'm going to say for now. Teeny, don't look in Discord. Another mod. Sorry. You know, these are all my peeps that I have from Rat House that came over. Anyone I talked to in voice chat and stuff, I made a mod. So I didn't know who was going to stick around and not for me every day. So I made a bunch of mods. Sorry. Don't tell Scarlett she's muted. What? I will kick your ass. That was funny. When Will, if you guys watched Will at the zoo the other day, he kept muting himself. And somebody, I don't know if it was you or not, Shelly, but somebody's like, yeah, just keep telling him he's muted even after he unmutes himself. They're trying to play a joke. It was funny. Because every time he flipped the camera around, he was hitting the mute button. Nobody has ever called me Darvender before. I'm okay with that. What's Darvender? Wait, what? Or is it because I call you Dar Vader and not Dar? Because I know everyone calls you Dar. Yeah, see? I know you were. I'd kick your ass. Crap. Wait, what is that? Craft is advanced CR. Oh, advanced. Okay, gotcha. Is that supposed to be craft or crat F? I want to know what it means exactly, though. I understand it means advanced CRS, but like, what does it actually stand for? Few women that said CRS, now I understand. Oh, yeah. Can't remember shit. Oh, sweet. Our chat fridge is full of punch and cheese. Did you put the potty pads down? Oh, we got to remember the potty pads for Friday night. See, this is what I do, hippie chick. I try to type too fast and I make all kinds of errors. So then when I try to type slow and not make errors, I still make errors, and then I'm just slow. So it's like either way, it doesn't matter. I just screw up because by the time I'm done with my thought and actually typed correctly, it doesn't make sense anymore. So I don't even bother. He wants to fridge me. Oh yeah, what we have planned for Friday is epic. It's gonna be so funny. I cannot wait. Just making sure you have snacks. Yes, exactly. Friday, as of right now, it's supposed to be me, Joy, Maylin, Hippie Chick. Um, we're not 100% sure on anyone else, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be. That's all I can say. That's past their bedtime. I'm sorry. You can always catch it on replay. Uh-oh, someone tell Darth I still love her, says Zach. See, we talk about him and he shows up. Although it has been a full, 15 minutes since we did talk about him, so. Terry says, I'm taking Friday off. Aw, I'm here because Dar conjured me. Oh, wait. No one wants to be on panel? Oh, I'll kick your butt. Going shopping today for my part and Friday. Oh, I can't. Hippie Chick went to the store and is sending me a care package. I'm so excited. I was thinking about making a trip to the dollar store, but see that not only costs me stuff, even though it's cheap at the dollar store, it costs me an Uber ride. And right now, every penny matters, even though pennies don't even count anymore. It's so stupid. But so as you know, and this is the second time today already, but just in case you didn't hear me, fuck you, Boost Mobile. Because now it is April 28th. Rent is due in 3 days. And I'm behind. Again, because of Boost Mobile. So fuck you, Boost Mobile. As always. Hey, Money J, what's up? So with that being said, all I can ask of my wonderful peeps, if you are able to donate to the channel, I have my PayPal QR code in the top right corner. You can send to PayPal from Venmo now as well. My link for buying me a coffee and PayPal is at the ticker at the bottom. And Maylin, I didn't pin the Gifts and Go. Did you post the Gifts and Go? Probably you always put the stuff in here. I just gotta find it. So hold on. There are links in the chat, and here it is. I got it. And I just pinned my Gifts and Go in the chat. So the biggest thing I can ask, as always, is if you have social media, email, whatever, if you can share that everywhere and anywhere, it will go a long way. I just don't have a big enough social circle to get it out there. I'm truly hoping that I can figure out a way to get it spread farther out there because we have some amazing people in this community, and I talk about it all the time, and I can't talk about it enough because I love you guys. So, with that being said, hold on, sorry, I got distracted by hippie chicks. Says the last items came today, so I have to get to the post office. No worries, sweetie. Everyone don't want me on panel because I charge. How much do you charge, Terry? All right, happy chick, don't work too hard. Kristen's at her daughter's school to help out. I'll watch the rest on replay. Okay, sweetie, have a great one. For me, nothing. Oh, Terry, I love you. You guys see what I'm talking about? You guys are amazing. No joke when I tell you, you guys are the best. Bacon double cheeseburger. The amount of cheese references that you can come up with is funny. I swear. There's nothing fun about this. Uh-oh. I don't know if I want to ask Kristen what she's actually doing at the school if it's not fun. Trying to wrangle in a bunch of 6-year-olds, maybe that would be unfun. I don't know. Haircut time, Zach? Well, I hope it's a good one. I hope you don't have to wear a bag over your head for the next couple weeks. They can't afford you, Terry. Shelly says, Zach, it's about time you got a haircut. 420. Hi, sweetie. Survive, Kristen. Me too. That's why I said that, Jamie. It's like, I was like, what else wouldn't really be fun? I mean, it's not fun when you're trying to wrangle in the little ones who are outside playing and stuff, but I don't know. I love playing with the kids outside and stuff. When my son used to do flag football and all that good stuff, it was like the best time being a helper, doing that kind of stuff. I loved it. I guess I miss it too because, my son's 22 now. So I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Most of you seem to be having better weather than me, so that's good too. Ooh, Terry, I can't wait. Terry says someday I'm going to surprise everyone and show up on video. I'll be looking forward to that day. And if ever that day you want it to be on my channel, feel free. Just say, hey, Scarlett, I want to come on your channel. And I'll say, okay, let's go. Yeah, Shelly says, Kristen, take some Tylenol. You're captain of the flag football team, Dart? Oh, that's so cool. They didn't have flag football or anything like that for girls when I was younger. When I was in high school and a friend of mine and I wanted to take senior year off of because she was on cheerleading, I was on pom-pom, and we wanted to take a break. We didn't want to do it. So we went and talked to the football coach and asked if we could try out. Seriously, no joke. But the way he, like, not in any disgusting way or anything like that, but the way he said things to us, like, oh, well, can you do, what are they, sprints, this and that? And I'm like, dude, do you not realize what we do to exercise and warm up and palm and stuff? Like, do you just not realize that we do full 3-minute routines, like 10 times in a row without stopping? Do you understand how hard that is? It is not fun. Practice was not fun, which is why we wanted to break from it. We wanted to do something different. We wanted to play football. There was no powder puff girls football, no girl um flag football, nothing like that. And he technically didn't say we couldn't, but he definitely made it seem like if we even tried, like he was gonna, work us out till we dropped and that it wouldn't be worth it in a way. You know what I mean? And oh my God, the lawn people are out next door now. Oh my God. Thank God it's at least not right out my window. So if you guys can hear that, I'm sorry. It's not as close as they normally are when they bug the shit out of me. But jeez, oh Pete, it's the rain. The grass is soaking wet. Why are they out there mowing the lawns? I don't understand. It's every fucking day. If it's not our lawn, it's next door. It just makes me cranky, the noise. I can't take it. You're shy? Flag football can be more violent than men sometimes. I never saw, I mean, the flag football I watched was all kids. They weren't violent. They were cute. One of my coaches actually got threatened by a coach from another school, like in private, all over flag football. Okay, see, that's ridiculous. 420 cheered from age 5 to 17. So we see you get it. Is it a leaf blower? No, it's the yeah, it's the driving mower. The drive, what are those called? There's a see, I live like on the street where there's the portion of this main street is like nothing but like condominium subdivisions and apartments. So it was not mine being mowed, another one's being mowed next door, across the street, whatever. And this one is when someone's over there. There's an apartment complex to the right of me, which is just outside my window, straight across the parking lot. And it's one of those driving mowers. Drives me nuts. Dara says, my best friend lined up in front of me one day and she says, please, coach, Dara's mad at me right now. So this is a bad idea. LOL. Priceless. Oh, because you're pretty. Aw. Shelly played softball from 5 years old to college. That's awesome. I just sucked at all like sports. I tried to play, well, I take that back. I was a bowler and I was a very good bowler. I was a decent golfer. But like those kind of main sports, like I tried to play soccer when I was young and I'm a klutz. Okay? I'm a klutz. I told you guys, if you guys were here and heard my experiences about being forced into doing the 50-yard dash and 100-yard dash on field day, not once, but twice, and both times fell and smashed my face, totally scrubbed up all my knees. Like, just don't make me run, okay? I look like I said, not joking, when that video of Bustin' Justin came out of him running away from the gunshots, um, that he runs like 10-year-old me. No joke. It's called a riding lawnmower. Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. Nefarious. 8 to 16 cheerleading. A lot of cheerleaders in here. Yeah. I did cheerleading in high school. In junior high, I did cheerleading in junior high, and actually what happened was when I went to high school, I tried out for cheerleading, and this is no joke, okay? This is how I lost my best friend in 10th grade. We were really, really good friends, best friends basically, all through junior high, 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. Then 10th grade rolls around, we go to high school. 10th grade, our high school was 10th, 11th, and 12th. Our junior high was 7th, 8th, and 9th. When I went to 10th grade and tried out for cheerleading, I didn't make the team. And I was shocked as all hell because not only did I not make the team, there were at least 4 girls that did make the team that had never cheered before and sucked. And I'm not trying to be like, you know, what's the word? I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I was better than them. I had danced since I was 4. I was on cheer for 3 years prior. I knew what I was doing. Okay. And when we tried out, our tryouts were, you doubled up. So when you signed up for tryouts, you got a number. Well, we were stretching and the lady brought in the numbers to sign up. So my best friend at the time signed us up, grabbed us numbers. I trusted her. She was my best friend, right? But she wasn't as good of a cheerleader as me. Let's just put it that way. She didn't do it as long as I did either. She couldn't do a toe touch to save her life, okay? So then she comes back. I even remember my number. She was 37. I was 36. We tried out. We had our numbers on. And when the list came out by name, not number, the list came out whenever I don't know, it was a day or two later when they announced the team and my name wasn't on it. And of course I was just devastated. And when she made it and I didn't, I was even more devastated because I thought my best friend and I aren't going to be hanging out anymore because she's going to be doing cheer and I'm not. Well, then comes to find out that when they posted the actual list, I didn't realize that they had posted the numbers. So what happened was they put her name next to my number. So when she signed us up, she deliberately put her name with my number. So basically, I made the team because it went by number, not name. So they put number 37 or number, did I get it backwards? I can't remember now if I was 36 or if I was 37. Either way, it was my number with her name. And so when my mom contacted the the head of cheerleading or whatever and was like, look, you worst case scenario, you need to kick her off and take my daughter because you picked by number, but you distributed it by name. So she made the squad. She's obviously better since the other one didn't even make the squad. And worst case scenario, you need to add her to the team. And they refused to do so. They literally refused to just put me on the squad, even after acknowledging that I was the one that made it and she didn't. They kept her and wouldn't even add me, saying that they couldn't have more than 12 girls. They just weren't allowed. And that they weren't going to rip it away from her after telling her she made it. And I'm like, oh, you won't take her off the squad after telling her she made it, but basically you did that to me because you announced my number and you just acknowledged that there's a mix up here, but you're just going to keep me off the squad. Oh, I was devastated. So not only did I not make cheerleading, I lost my best friend over it. And then, so I was like, fuck this. I went like the pom-pom tryouts were like the next week. So I was like, fuck it. I'll just go try out for pom. And that's what I did. And the rest is history. But I'll never forget that because, it's, and I don't want to say karma really came to get her for that because, I mean, if you guys heard my story, my hypoglycemia slash um, diabetes story about my best friend who ended up having to give herself shots by senior year, that's her. When we were in junior high in 7th grade, 8th grade, we both were diagnosed at almost the exact same time. I was diagnosed with hypoglycemia. She was diagnosed with prediabetes. And both of our doctors said you need to avoid sugar. We made a pact to do that. And for 3 years, I didn't have any sugar. I switched to diet pop. I didn't have, my mom made me sugar-free cookies, sugar-free cakes for my birthday for years. I very limited like crazy my intake of carbohydrates, and pasta is my favorite, but I did it because I was so afraid. I did not want to have diabetes. At 14, I know, 13, I knew better. She, on the other hand, would hide. We would used to go to walk to our 7-Eleven, which was just down the street from her house. And she would buy candy bars and 6 packs of pop and hide them under her bed so her mom wouldn't see them. And by senior year, she was giving herself daily insulin shots. And me, I'm 47 and I still am diet controlled. So, I that whole point of that story is, is that part of her karma? I don't know. But what she did to me was awful. Especially my best friend. Like, it's insane. I digress, so I'm sorry. That was a long bitch fest about stuff that happened, 30 years ago. Anyways, yeah, rude, exactly. That's crazy. Yeah, BS. Exactly. Brutal hockey tryouts are in Canada. I can't imagine. Yep, karma. See, this is what I'm saying. Oh, what's the difference between pom and cheerleading? Okay. So cheerleaders, um, I hate to use the word scream and yell, but that's basically what they do. They cheer. They do routines that include yelling and screaming and cheering and getting the crowd going. Pom is strictly like, I don't want to say dance because it's really not dance, but it's basically dance routines, including kickline. Poms do not cheer. It's like the only way I can really put it. Cheer, they do things without music. Pom is always to music. I was just going to say you will be YouTube famous and she will be a wilting flower. I don't even know where she is now. Honestly, I know that, and I'm not going to pick on her for her weight cuz that's not what I do. I don't like to do that. I hate to see that she's, the last I saw of her many years ago, I saw her Facebook page. She's because I mean, I'm assuming it's because of her diabetes. She's very big, and I don't know what she does, to be honest with you. I just feel bad because it didn't have to be that way for her, but nothing I can do about it. You can hear my pseudo pet bird. Yeah, the birds love to hang outside my window. I like it. Most of the time I like it. I prefer to hear the birds every day instead of the fucking lawnmower that's going on out there. If you guys can hear the bird, can you still hear the lawnmower? It's obnoxious. I can't stand it. All right, guys. It looks like I'm caught up on chat. Thank you guys for listening to me tell some stories from my past. But we do have almost 3.5 hours of testimony to get through today. Again, Matthew DiSogra rebutting all the shit that man Shannon says. So we are going to get into it. I am going to start it out at 1.5 like I try to do. If for any reason it gets too fast, please let me know. All right, here we go.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready. Thank you, Mr. DiSogra. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Sure. Matthew DiSogra, last name DiSogra.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a licensed professional engineer. I practice in the field of accident reconstruction.
I'm sure you'll hear her
I
say,
specialize in analysis, interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? Other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of a crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data, and event data recorders.
On that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the Director of Engineering for our EDR services line.
What is EDR services mean?
So, event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the Director of Engineering for EDR services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and I testify. On top of that, in the director role, I oversee a group. It's not just me doing this kind of work. I have 3 other engineers that work with me, all specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as the direction we're going. With things like autonomous vehicles coming, the role of data is growing. So we're kind of looking to the future in a lot of those ways.
As a consulting engineer, you've indicated what your specialization is. Do you specialize in motor vehicle accident reconstruction as well as vehicle system analyses?
I began my career doing traditional accident reconstruction in the broadest sense, and as I have progressed, I have sort of narrowed myself down and now specialize in that. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods? In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand. Right.
Correct.
Okay. What is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So it's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of manufacturers implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we use in the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit, what about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental part of vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS-based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them, so we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
Got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on Earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota/Lexus, versus a heavy truck or heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind how it works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and DCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that to the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say, how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip the vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle. Then we can download the data that the vehicle stored, and now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, if we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors.
Terry, did you hit your head on a boiler? Oh.
In these vehicle systems. And in a lot of cases, what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems and many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, there's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock alignment would mean finding an independent source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month, actually.
Okay. These things that you just described that we've talked about for the last few minutes, these are all duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you just talked about. Go ahead. The road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree, also in mechanical engineering from the same school. And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of Science.
Did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011.
And you have a Master's?
Correct.
In engineering?
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in terms of the engineering field or the reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education, but also some of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals, also counts as continuing education. Do
you regularly attend symposiums or symposia, I guess is the right
Yes.
word? Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Correct. Yeah, I attend. There's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those. And I'm usually presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually teach.
Correct.
Have you attended events that deal with event data recording systems and event data recording system extraction?
Yes.
What about vehicle crash reconstruction?
Yes.
What about electronic control module imaging?
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction?
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering. So as it relates to what I do, when we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the ship level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level.
Moni G, what? Oh, that's what the girl in the woods says. I'm like, what? You're leaving? What? What did I do? You all do know this guy is Bev's cousin, right? What? What are you guys doing to me? You guys are trying to confuse the shit out of me today. Yeah, I don't think that he's serious. And if you are serious, how come I've never heard that in my entire ever would just once? Jay Cornish, hi, how are you? Yeah, no, this guy is not Judge Beb's cousin, okay? People are trying to spread rumors. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. I can't do that either. Just like hot. Stop it. Can't do it. Oh, good. You guys did good. Everyone seems to be doing pretty good today, except for everyone who wants to fuck with my brain today. Don't know, just sounded good. All right, you guys, stop with the rumors. Yes, no, not no. Not Auntie Bab's cousin. See how things get started? It's too funny. You can make a joke and somebody's like, oh my God, really? And then before they can even get the answer that it's a joke, they run and tell 12 people, and those 12 people tell another 12 people. And then you wonder how these things get started. Seriously.
And then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am, active member.
When you say an active member, is that a nationally recognized society for academic engineers?
Oh, yes. Shelly.
The teaching roles that you've held within organizations, have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I am. I'm currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees within that organization, within the organization of the Society for Automotive Engineers?
I am. I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does, and it requires, as far as I know when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field?
Yes.
Subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles that you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles?
Yes.
Can you name one, please?
Specifically, this year, published a paper where we studied the effects of collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components, it's just a different brand on top.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing? Of course. Sorry. In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorder Testing?
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing with retrieving data from a vehicle, an EDR, event data recorder, Toyota paper, whatever it might be, and that's a term of art, Toyota paper, correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or skateboard if they happen to have an infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental?
This guy owns Chloe now.
The fundamental aspect of that.
So in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, you know, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically through impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. And we demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. DiSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
Hey,
when was that?
In New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court.
Don't work
in this
too hard.
field that you're talking about today.
Specifically with as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a
I did
review
my deed for
of
the
certain
day.
work
Have
performed by a person
fun.
by the name of Shannon Burgess.
Thanks,
with
Terry.
Aperture LLC.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the aperture reports. So more or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Miss Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
Did you, in fact, review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the text stream event known as 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about text stream events. So we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary.
Oh my God, Shelly. Oh my God.
When I say text stream event.
Do you know how many times I've done this? Shelly says I went and paid for gas the other day, came out of the store and drove off without pumping my gas. I've probably done that about 10 times. And the worst part is at least one, if not two of the times, I literally forgot until like after I got home and realized, and by the time I went back, it was somebody had already pumped my gas. Like I ended up paying for someone else's gas. Perimenopausal brain. I'm telling you, I have done this before. It's awful. You tore the pump. Okay, at least I've never done that. Jeannie Lynn says, yep, I tore the gas pump off once. Oh my God. Yeah, you're not the only one, sweetie. We've all done this. That's why I heard a warrant for you. Oh my God, Dorito says my worst was buying lunch at Tim's, taking my coffee, and leaving without the rest of it. I knew what you meant, warrant. I got you. I can normally pick up on other typos because I always make my own so bad. So I just quit trying. Malin says, I can't count the number of times I've done that, but the gas station knew me very well, so I never had an issue. Yeah, most of the time it was at my regular gas station, but I've done it like on a road trip and stuff, or when I know the one time specifically I was on a road trip, and the other time that I'm pretty sure, I think they ended up giving me the gas anyway, but someone had pumped the gas already. So because they remembered what had happened, because the guy came in and paid for a certain amount and ended up couldn't fill up his own tank, and I don't know what it was. But anyway, but yeah, so I mean, obviously many of us have been there before. You did that once, Moni G? They detach really easy, but I've never paid for someone else's gas. Oh, ugh. We'll be in and out getting ready for my gangster stream. Ooh, that'll be interesting. He was going to make you pay to have it put back on. I told him I'd leave my car there all day to go to the bank, and he would lose the money in gas that I paid him. So he agreed to let go. There you go. Exactly. Like, that's ridiculous. Jay Cornish says, I've done both. I've seen those by watching those funny videos where the cars take off with the pump in it, or still in their gas tank. I know, Scarlett, but some have to ask, what the fuck did you say? I know, right? which is exactly why I said I stopped chatting, because I was like, it would take me it just took me too damn long to get it without typos. And then if I'd send it with typos, I took too damn long to try and explain to people what I fucking meant. It's like, now I don't even correct it. If you understand what I meant, great. If you didn't, oh well. Like, too fucking bad. The pump wasn't your fault, really? Yeah, you guys can hear my birds today. Yeah, the sun just came out. It's been gloomy all day, which is why I started streaming late today, because I wasn't sure if I was going to stream. I didn't know if I was going to stream Kelsey's hearing. I wanted to hang out with my girl, Moni G, and thought, after waking up to the shitty, gloomy day, today wasn't going to be a great day to hang out, because I want to get outside, take a walk, do something. And so here we are. But I'm glad you can hear the birds, as long as you enjoy them. Pretty boy? Who's pretty boy? Oh, babyface Nelson. YouTube won't like me having pew-pews. Yeah, no. Look what happened to Runkle. They tried that with you, and it was the kid's fault. I went up. I threatened to sue them. There, yeah. Most of the time when you threaten to sue people, they'll just back up because they don't want a lawsuit. I tried to do that with Boost Mobile so they give me my money back, and they didn't fucking care. Self-serve. The kid took my money and told me to have a good night. End of transaction, period. I love Runkle too. Yeah, exactly. Raylan says I love Runkle, but I did learn from him. Yeah, exactly. You learn real quick what you can and cannot do with pew-pews, according to YouTube. He will teach you all the things. You drove off and the pump went with you. All right. So let's get back into this. Here we go.
Have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated, has to be triggered by something. So, yes.
You became aware in your analysis, I'm assuming, that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
Correct.
What span of time was that? Or I should say, what time was that?
For which event?
For the 1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number.
With the course permission. You have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, Your Honor. So the original analysis places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds. 12:31:38, 12:31:43, correct?
Objection. Sustained is defined.
Let me ask you this. Does a trigger event or does a text stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's my question. All right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself.
Yes.
Explain that for the jurors so that we're very clear about that.
Sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording. And as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary. It can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38, would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43?
Yeah. Sustained, Mr. Fuller.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that
That's
long.
my question.
The event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it? Let me ask you this. Does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after? But the trigger event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
If we were to calculate the window between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
Would you calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time, I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
Of the recording event.
Of the recording event.
Not
so
the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate. I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect of timing if you were to start at the trigger event, 12:31:38, versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43?
There'd be approximately 5-second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event to 12:32:09?
It would be larger by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report. When you applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained, yes, Mr. Fuller.
Did you apply the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event
He never
1162-2?
fails.
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Okay, hold on. Jay Cornish is in listening mode. Thank you for listening, sweetie. If you get back in the chat, let us know. And Shelly says, Scarlett, did I tell you I've been thinking all year I was a certain age and then just realized the other day that I'm actually 2 years younger than I thought? I wouldn't. She puts the face palm emoji. I wouldn't be putting the face palm emoji. I'd be putting the fucking cheering emoji, okay? If I was 2 years younger, hell, I'd be happier than shit. Holy crap, that's awesome.
What was that based on? Which report? We're doing two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
Slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date. It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided a couple days after that. I don't remember the exact date.
So after, what, do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're watching this trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask you a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event? Okay.
Sustained. Ask a different message.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger? Okay.
Sustained.
Someone told me I was 22 the other day, so I'm just going to go with that from now on.
Yes. Thank you. Back to my question. Was there any circumstance based on your review that if the text stream event occurred at 12:31:38, that there's any circumstance that the lock event occurred before that trigger event?
There was not.
Did you create a PowerPoint for clarity's sake in March of 2025?
Yes.
Did you provide that to us?
I did.
What was the purpose of creating the PowerPoint?
The purpose of the PowerPoint was really to take a bunch of different data elements that were kind of placed throughout Mr. Burgess's report and Dr. Welcher's report in PowerPoint and compile them into a single source, a single table, essentially, to show as clearly as possible what the conclusions would be if we look at the data as a whole.
When you created that PowerPoint presentation, did you create it with the intention of providing it to the defense, which would then be provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is no. The answer is no.
Following your presentation of the PowerPoint to us, at some point, did you receive from Mr. Burgess an amended report, an amended PowerPoint?
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did that report, or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that he came to in January 2025? Going back to the original report?
Yes.
Did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Were those two things different?
Sustained.
Were the conclusions, not his opinions, were his conclusions different?
Sustained.
Was there any difference in the two reports?
There was.
Tell me the differences.
In the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust to the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with the final time. In the supplemental report, he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report, but then he also took it all the way to the end by applying those calculations to the times. What were the main differences? Explain to the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the May 2025 report? Contrasting it with the original report. In the original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone. What was the shared maneuver? It was a 3-point turn. Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025? He did not have that analysis in the January 2025 report. Thank you. Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible scenarios? So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range. So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct? Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Sustained.
Did you seek to clarify?
Oh my God.
Objection.
Sustained.
You're on the approach.
Yes.
Ma'am, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of your analysis? Yes. What was the reason? What was the purpose for your PowerPoint presentation? I needed to include in my analysis the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you would mind taking a look at that document, it's a multi-page document I just handed you, and just flip through it and let me know once you've familiarized yourself with it. What is that document?
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes,
And it's complete?
it appears to be.
No, move for its submission, please. I have no objection. May I have that back for you for a second? You want permission to
Are you?
display the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Oh.
Mr. DiSogra, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the title page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is the
I'm
how
glad
would
you're
you
doing
describe the
better
PowerPoint?
with the paint
So
reader.
this PowerPoint is largely identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that data.
With course permission, can we go to slide 2?
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces.
Just in case you're new or coming into the chat now, Shelly and Terry and everybody have been comedians today. Kind of like the whole Jabril thing. It's now DiSogra owns Chloe. He's my neighbor. What else was it? I don't even know. Oh, Auntie Bev is apparently just misunderstood. So here we go. I didn't say you were Jabril, silly. I said the jokes. Things that are being said in the chat. Like everybody calling Jabril the inventor of everything and anything and the best at anything and everything. It's like the opposite is actually true, right? So it's opposite day today in Scarlett's chat. Just beware.
The first, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with? In Mr. Welcher's presentation that you disagree with? It's up on the...
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not...
I figured, TBJ, you weren't kidding about him working near you because you weren't even in the chat when all this started. So I got you. You're all good.
That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after. It means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
I'm going to allow it.
I'm gonna
The phone
allow
interaction
it.
happens
Wow.
how many seconds after the text stream event?
Thank you. Sit down and shut
Based on
up.
this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is what number?
1162-2.
And this slide, other than the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that we're looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dash green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide. Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So what
I'm sorry, Mr. DiSogra, did you create this or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162-2 ends at 12:31:43. And they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
if we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they presented as the end of the event. So I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording. Yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12/31/38.
Correct.
Did you put a name on this gap, if you will, this time frame?
Yes, I did. For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the phone.
The 12/32/09 lock.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So this, here what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, we have a lot of numbers to go through here. And so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before. So now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the math with 1,000 numbers.
So positive means what? One more time.
Positive, John's interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So what I'm saying here, I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks? So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks. And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources.
That sounds cool,
so,
TBJ.
Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports,
yes,
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
Did all of the information that's on this slide come from the same source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively, from Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 6, please. Tell me about this slide.
Yeah, so this is the first adjustment we're going to talk about. And this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment. And we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically staying on 3 seconds.
That's not up to me, Kelly.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on,
oh my gosh,
in this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and 3 seconds later you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps
Moni G,
that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Do you know where?
Okay, I gotta say this one more time because Nefarious just joined us again. This guy is not Shelly's neighbor. Okay, it is it's makeup shit day in Scarlett's chat. Or opposite day, or just say a bunch of shit that's not true day in Scarlett's chat. I swear to God. Do you know any rumors could have been started by this shit you guys have already typed in my chat? I love you guys. You are all good, Shelly. No worries. He's my brother. We're all a little slap happy today, okay?
3 second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report?
It came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Ms. Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3-second delay? Or could that be different?
It could be different in their testing. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3-second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus. But without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle.
Terry, do you want me to tell her
it's also 3, and then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing one and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing, but we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do, and we'll show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible. Did
your review of Mr. Burgess' report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7. What are we looking at here?
This is an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report. His page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3-second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down.
We try to make
when they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key-on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from. And that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3-second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
I guess what I'm asking is an artful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of the slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report?
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustain his question.
I'll rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report the reason that he did not apply the 3-second correction?
He did not.
When you do apply the 3-second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you apply the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
I'm not going to get mad at you. Oh,
what, in your opinion, would be the best practice in terms of this 3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please. Tell us what we're looking at on the slide.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning that. We had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the Aperture reports compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The Aperture reports lay out 2 methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point term.
And where did you get that information from?
From the Aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report on differentiated, the January report.
I could never be mad at you, Carrie or Shelley.
To determine his determination of the clock skew.
I love you guys.
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as 0.154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point you said was the end.
Enjoy the empty house while you got it.
Text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those 2 times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that third column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
So on this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but actually
sign conventions,
he doesn't show when he calculates the difference, whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a positive 5.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. And the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it. And he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20. And when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes positive 6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in the slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations, all of them, with, without key switch, phone calls and 0.154 on one table, and I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices regarding calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports there is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, John's interaction window remains positive.
Oh yeah, Shelley,
Does positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
That it was a
You've already indicated that you received a second report May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same aligned clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there's a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and align based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support one point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know exactly how he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Okay.
System.
Does Mr. Burgess in his report indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others. Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
In my opinion, they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines under one slide.
Let's move to the next slide then. Is this a continuation of the
second half? So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on. And that's the main difference between my 2 tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct. Okay. Again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. Again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the simultaneous, the one that is simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct?
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This is 14, let's move to 15. Now, is the continuation of that, mentally we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine your mind is just row 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment because again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees. And one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous. And there are no negative values with this adjustment.
Can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary then of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the aperture reports collectively, we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the 0s, they're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
Do you have an opinion as to which of these particular offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities, should be applied in this case?
No.
I just realized, I'm sorry.
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And there is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the text stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the text stream event?
Yeah. Sustained.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes.
Oh my
10%?
God.
That is 10%.
I remember this now. Like, what is the difference? They already
percentage is-
said the
just do
amount.
it basically for me.
30 is
What is the percentage
10%.
between 3
What
and
the
30?
fuck is the difference being able to tell the percentage?
If I told you hypothetically,
Wait, just shut the fuck up.
I'm going to see it side by side.
following your analysis of the totality of the possible scenarios, did you come to a conclusion that the vast majority, let me rephrase that, did you come to any conclusion about the numbers as they relate to the positive interactions versus the negative? And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used, John's phone interaction being in the positive side versus John's phone interaction being in the negative side.
Yes.
And what were those?
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them is a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 of the 30 were negative.
Okay, we can take that slide down. Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that? What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control module,
The ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
Any chance?
There were no recorded events
care a
whatsoever
lot.
on the ACM.
Can't be
Did
helped.
the vehicle control history record whether
Some people love it.
there was
Some
any
people
history
don't.
of a collision on that car?
No.
No.
But it's not going to change.
What does the vehicle control history record specifically?
It records a a lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example, steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position,
to shut the fuck
whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed, or the engine RPM, or the acceleration zone.
Or is that your new nickname? You don't want the same.
Does the text stream data event indicate if there's a, and I'm talking about very specifically the text stream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
No.
Does the text stream data event mean that if you find a text stream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
It's endearing.
No.
You reviewed the raw text stream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
Oh,
How many text stream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8 months?
And I know you heard me.
Of January 29th.
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. I think the whole line.
And I need to see what's
Aw.
Mr. Jackson, how much longer? I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
Like, it's not going to be long. A few more questions.
I'm not curbing you in any way. We just.
I did
Respectfully, it won't be very
not
longer.
say that to you.
You reviewed the text stream data,
I love you, Terry.
otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
Not counting 1162-2.
Let's stop there. Right.
Prior to 1162-2, there were 19 prior events.
And
What?
19 total events,
Kelly, I
correct?
can't
Correct.
see.
How many collisions were clocked by any recorder on that car?
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
And last question, do any of the text stream events or do any of the data that you've reviewed, either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time? Objection.
Ask it differently.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. I have this one, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have you too.
And Mr. DiSogra, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here. So if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be
Kelly, I have
great.
no idea what you're saying because I can't see.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, sir. Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Ms. Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Damn it. Stupid word.
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022 or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify what you meant? Yeah.
You are not suggesting to this jury that Ms. Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before.
No.
You're just saying that there's no data on the text string to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision.
Texting data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And in fact,
Oh,
when you talk about
thank you.
texting data, you
Such
know
an
that
asshole.
texting data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on texting data.
Not the collision in and of itself. Correct.
Right. Right. So there's other things that will trigger texting data,
Correct.
like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on TextStream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about texting data?
Yes.
Sustained.
What an asshole.
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates,
Did you hear that? Oh my God, I don't remember that question. Did you hear that fucking question? Spinky is such a fucking dick. Look. Are you sure you know about, oh my God.
Large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
are you sure you know a lot about texting data?
Yes.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data? This is the exact shit I'm talking about when people are like, oh, hey, Brennan, he redeemed himself. Fuck you. He did not redeem himself. He will never redeem himself. This fucking shit is bullshit. He's an asshole and he fucking knows it. Sorry.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about texturing data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30%, in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you, if someone accelerated Ms. Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator? 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers there's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, is that, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number?
Speaking of Spanky, the asshole douchebag who asks ridiculous questions. Our next, after DiSogra testifies, is Kelly Dever. Don't call me Deber. I think I said it right that time. I always fuck it up. And then we have Marie Russell. I'm excited about this week. Because then we also have Dr. La Posada. I'm so excited. As much as I am excited, it's also the worst because listening to Spanky do these cross-examinations of these amazing witnesses, all you can hear is the disdain and probably jealousy, because these people have more respect and more dignity in their pinky than Spanky has in his entire body. Just saying.
You know the actual data on what percent of pressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Ms. Reed's would create a triggering event. You know.
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point now.
There is something different than the texturing data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it? Judge?
I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data in the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I use the word abnormal, but I would say that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that, but I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the
You're
case.
saying it would meet that?
Would not.
Would not. And a side swipe or a clip has less force of impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
When you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text string, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of the pressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit. I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Previously, we've been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data to capture, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
You understand?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2 and the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the aperture reports reference.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before.
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle, captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Do you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10 second of data?
No.
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
Okay. I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case, if I could. You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month, correct?
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACDAR certified?
No.
What is ACDAR?
ACDAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction, it was data analysis.
You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
And when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Maylin.
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education. Yes. You focus, as part of your specialty, on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders?
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
It is.
And you can do some things or many things in it.
He
But
just,
oftentimes people specialize in parts of.
literally says you're wide skilled in EDR, but yet, what was it 5 minutes ago? Says, are you sure you know a lot about it? About whatever it was. He's such a, oh my God, so fucking irritating. Such a douchebag.
Data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general?
Yes.
Someone,
Yes.
what the fuck?
Now,
Did someone
are
say-
cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
Yeah, she said I'm
iPhones.
eating.
Are you a specialist in
And
iPhones?
everything bagel on a
Have you ever
cocktail.
taken any
You
specific
needed to know
training
that.
on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever promoted yourself as having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
It was
In any of the
May.
continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever taken any class or study about variances between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
In this case, you had an opportunity to review a number of reports from Dr. Judd Welcher, yes?
Yes.
And Mr. Shannon Burgess?
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Ms. Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
Did you ever do any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who? Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case?
You what?
Mr. Jackson, my client?
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
As an expert, when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report?
I hate
You write a
that.
report.
Yes.
And you've seen
Like,
reports in this
did you
case
ever
that you've looked
speak
at,
to
correct?
me
Correct.
A number of reports by
as if
Mr. Burgess,
not speaking
Correct.
to him as a
report by Dr.
problem?
Welcher,
So correct?
Yeah,
reports that
no,
you're critiquing,
She
right?
doesn't need
Correct.
to
Did you
speak
see
to
Ian
you.
Whiffin's
Oh
report?
my
No.
How
God.
about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her report? You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
No.
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12:32:09.
That was stated in Dr. Welcher's report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make any determinations about. You're just critiquing written reports.
Correct.
Well, as an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a PowerPoint, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever put together a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
primarily I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two, the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the Aperture reports. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used a calculator for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a report?
No.
You had provided an initial PowerPoint,
Yes.
and then you received information from Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
and then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
That's correct.
Mr. Burgess' report was May 8th.
Yes.
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th.
Correct.
Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the new presentation?
No, it didn't.
Why did you wait until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
Did they have a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th? Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
It's sustained.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th.
You have no reason to hold on to it for a couple of days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
You know that's provided to Commonwealth that report?
No, I don't.
In the 25th report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, they had new information, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it out?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Yeah.
My clients, Mr. Jackson,
What? Hold on.
we had a phone call on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation,
share the picture.
and I did so, and then provided it.
How did you take the 25th? About why 25th?
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually.
Here, you're in my Discord, so
When you first got involved in this case, it was last fall,
Correct.
and at that time, you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the
you are
different
allowed.
modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
There was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules to try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what the request was, the procedure that you want to follow.
Yes.
Heck you, Zoe.
Before you and Mr. Burgess were involved?
I don't recall specifically. I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And the drafting affidavit pointed out some oversights in Mr. Burgess. You just
I did.
determined that oversights required some study of actually getting the information from the bill, wouldn't it?
It would.
So, can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked it up materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. And whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Mr. Affidavit where it happened in the past with the download research?
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
In that form, it's sustained.
Good stuff.
It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is
My
that he believed
apologies.
there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do a study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips and then immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits, and Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip loss, no further study of those chips, other than to ensure that you come on a memory system.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read because I'm going to try to align your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess proposed protocol labeled "Reattempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components."
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. You can see it actually coming up.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
However, an acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the checksum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained by Ms. Gaffney?
No.
Did you want to know when Mr. Burgess looking for more data, more information, what he found was missing?
He stated, I think, in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Line information, you've heard of that. Mission on information.
Yes.
And info system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
It could be.
Well, you read information in this case. Pretty important in this case. Would you say?
Yes.
And so you would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
Which process?
On an accident reconstruction.
Sorry, so can you restate it, the whole question? Yeah.
You said you have some experience with accident reconstructions.
Yes.
Don't you want all the data available, more data available?
Generally, yes.
You wouldn't want more data on purpose, would you?
No.
I mean, the data analyst, the more data, the more you get delivered.
Yes.
And so the power log on information that actually has date and time, that's critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
In some accident reconstructions. In some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log on and off gives you the date and time that you match with the texting data, correct?
Yes, it does.
You know texting data itself doesn't have date and time.
It can, this vehicle didn't. It can, but this vehicle did not.
And this had a running time instead.
That's correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data running time.
I don't think prior to the process, anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right. The only person that found this out was Jim Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing out there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there, someone knew what to look for or that created it and didn't find it.
Yes, more so to your, if not creative, because I don't think anyone would have been able to have the foreknowledge, but there would have definitely been that.
Shannon Burgess did.
I'll strike it.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with him.
Yes.
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take the information that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
He actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips. And it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed that he had found that?
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation. Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you give any input? Did you have any knowledge about the SD card and how it worked?
No.
So when you watched Mr. Burgess remove the SD card, did you appreciate he'd have to engage in what you call reverse engineering?
He did not elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. It sort of came out as time progressed through the first day in his office in Texas. And then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could do as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
Not to you, but given your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance and importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight? Yes.
Sustained. You can ask
Did it ever dawn on you that Mr. Burgess was recovering this information at the time, that there was something important or significant about it?
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of different memory components were identified in this infotainment. There isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there. There could be nothing there. It was unknown to me.
But it turned out there was.
There was.
Now, when you were watching Mr. Burgess work as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some great oversight, you could write a report about that, couldn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report for your preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess?
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the process, didn't he?
He did.
He showed you what he was doing.
He did.
He explained to you what he was doing.
He explained the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
He demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
He ended up with a successful acquisition of the card at the end of the process.
When you are considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car?
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you? Did you consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinions, did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these times?
Yes.
Yes? You sure?
Yeah. I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
Specifically this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of
I
possibilities.
understand your point.
Yeah.
If you see as an analyst a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
I want to ask you questions and go through your PowerPoint. I want to ask you your specific opinions on how you arrived at certain claims that you've made.
Sure.
Okay. We could put up Mr. DiSogra's new PowerPoint 52525. You've made a modification to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
You made an amendment to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
So there was something that happened. You received new information or new data, and you updated or changed your PowerPoint.
I did.
And that's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible, so I included all the data.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they received new information or analyzed new data and it was important, it would be an appropriate best practice to update the PowerPoint or information they're providing, wouldn't it?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I would tell other experts what their best practices are. I would say, generally as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
Sustain.
Okay. Would you turn to page 2? Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just
I did not.
Did you read all of Dr. Welcher's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through it all?
Not every slide, no.
No, not just the PowerPoint. I mean the actual massive amount of data in his study. Did you go through the data?
Oh, no, I didn't look at any of the data.
Did you ever speak to Dr. Welcher?
No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he thought or how he analyzed, you're just guessing.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation, and my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in the presentation. So I'm taking them at face value, but as being correct.
It's not a matter
I'm
of
not guessing.
It's not a matter if he's going to stand behind it. You don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper. You don't know what his thought process was, did you?
To an extent, yes, because I understand how the exemplar testing by Aperture laid the foundation to align the key-on events, the infotainment, to the Lexus VCH events.
When Dr. Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the three-point turn, 1162.1?
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the three-point turn.
Not on this slide, on a later slide, but yes.
Okay. And you said that variances 45 seconds, they're very common when you're comparing two different devices, right?
Yes.
Okay. Turn to the next one, please. You point out 2 times for the jury, the Lexus event 1162.2 ends 12:31:43.
Well, I apologize.
Yes, and that's based on the clock and the infotainment system.
Because now you got to listen to this after.
That time is based on 2 things, the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key-on timer in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
And that
He's just an
is
asshole.
compared or contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that is found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
And without that SD card, we wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay. 12:32:09 isn't something you analyzed, but you just read in the report that that is information from Ian Whiffen suggesting or taking the position that was the last user interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone, 12:32:09.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 12:32:09. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
You mentioned trigger event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and a little slap of emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger event. That's not a standard practice or a protocol that is supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach, especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, I'm not the only instructor, collectively, the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that.
James, normally when you have the handle saying or changing a name or handle and it says unsupported characters, you can't use like certain double periods or 2 periods in a row or a money sign or something like that. So I don't know if your handle, you tried to do something like that. Try again without any like symbols if you can. And especially you can't do 2 of the same symbols in a row. I do know you can't use 2 periods in a row. I don't know about other ones.
That introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition, subtraction, or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you align at the end of one event with the end of another event, it's more coordinated than taking a response.
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right. Like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate as the trigger method.
Absolutely. And that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention.
So you're not suggesting that Mr. Burgess would be misleading by choosing the end of when pronounced that's exactly what he's considering, are you?
No.
And so the word cherry picking, you're not saying cherry picking, are you?
I don't remember the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no legitimate professional basis of suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the event?
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that. So just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis. So I wasn't changing in the middle, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. So if someone's looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were suggesting these questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you got to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis if you're looking at comparison from end to end. You wouldn't get add 5 seconds to find the trigger because it's starting at the end from both ways.
I'm going to allow it if you can answer it in the phone.
It's going to depend on if you're doing an alignment with something that is a range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end. It's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, you're basing it off the end of the event, and then not necessarily the end. Comparing it comparatively to the end of a different device. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds to that.
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
Oh.
You see 12:32:09 minus 12:31:43, the middle line, equals 26 seconds. Isn't that in Dr. Welcher's slides before, let me phrase it more cleanly, before Shannon Burgess analyzed the data more closely on May 8th in the May report? Isn't this the exact difference in time
Yeah,
Dr. Welcher's
good one,
face in
Shelley.
26
I
seconds?
saw it.
Did you see when you reviewed reports that Dr. Welcher uses this exact number plus 26 seconds in his report?
I got the number from the PowerPoint. Not the report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I showed that. So these are all just copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Interaction window. Do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event is limited to 10 seconds?
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Fair.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there's
Please do.
a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I showed at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. Just the first one to find out. So this represents what you've seen, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides. And if I've seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that we factor from a triggering event in a testing data? Yes.
I want to see your sidebar.
Let's go. If we could turn to page 6 of Mr. DiSogra's amended PowerPoint presentation. Sir, I want to ask you about your opinions, and inevitably, some of the slides that you presented to this jury regarding adjusting the clock in a time period of 3 seconds.
Yay.
You have given an opinion that there's a difference that you see in the reports between when the defendant's Lexus is powered on and the infotainment system begins, correct?
Yes.
There's a 3-second difference on the exemplar vehicle between when the power is turned on and then the screen lights up the ignition of the infotainment system?
The 3 seconds I'm referring to is the timestamp in the data from the SD card. So I'm referring to the timestamp in the SD card. It seems that that's coupled to the screen, but I just want to make it clear I'm referencing the data from the SD card.
The data from the SD card correlates directly to the infotainment system itself.
Yep.
The date does, yes.
Because the SD card is what the other chip's part of the board that makes up the infotainment system.
Yes.
That infotainment system powers the screen that goes on after a user presses the button to start the vehicle.
Yes.
So the time that the infotainment system is registering is when the infotainment system goes on, not the power on event.
Correct.
So that 3 seconds that was tested with the exemplar vehicle between pressing the button to turn the car on and the time the infotainment system turns on, the infotainment system clock does not accommodate that 3 seconds.
Correct.
So when we're talking about time on infotainment system, we're talking about after the 3 seconds when the screen comes on.
Yes.
Okay. Now you've made some slides and you've made some assumptions suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to your analysis. And I want to ask you about your analysis regarding the 3 seconds. If we could turn to page 7, please.
Oh my
If you
God,
could
Spanky, you need
zoom in
to
on the left
go
side.
get your, TV
Sir, you told us that you didn't do
fixed.
any testing
I can't
or
stand-
data
I
vetting
do
yourself.
not
You simply
know
relied
how
on
anybody can
reading
deal
and
with this
reviewing
guy's
Mr.
voice
Burgess's report and Mr. Welch's report.
for
Correct.
And really, the information you're reviewing is
Too
Mr. Burgess's report. There's only a few references in Mr. Welch's report where he cites Mr. Burgess's findings, correct?
Most of it is from Mr. Burgess's reports.
There's really nothing in any of Dr. Welch's reports that you are considering that is not in Mr. Burgess's report.
The .154 alignment methodology, I think exclusively is in Dr. Welcher's and is not present in Mr. Burgess's.
Did you read both of Mr. Burgess's reports?
Yes.
You're not aware that Mr. Burgess talks about that timestamp in his reports?
He mentions it in the second report to say that he doesn't think Dr. Welcher should have aligned it on that.
That is exactly not what he said. Where in the report,
Oh
where in
my
his report does
God,
he say
what
that Dr.
an
Welcher should not have
asshole.
relied on 154? Where does it say that in his report? I have it here. If you can give me the page, we will take a look at it.
I don't know the page, and I'm paraphrasing. By no means am I conveying that as I'm directly quoting it, but I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right? So,
Oh my God,
when you just
Spanky,
made that
stop
assumption
it.
or that suggestion characterizing Dr. Welcher's state of mind or thought process, is there anywhere in the report you can cite or show me where Dr. Welcher said that?
No.
Okay. When you read Mr. Burgess's report and you learned that he and others obtained an exemplar vehicle and did this testing, you have no other independent information to suggest that the power on, power off event and 3 second delay is inaccurate, do you?
I just want to make sure I heard you. Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. I'm sorry, the fan's on. I'm trying to
I know
show.
that's the only reason I couldn't hear that. So can you state it one more time?
I'll rephrase
I
it.
figured that's what you meant, James.
When you reviewed
Well,
Mr.
hi,
Burgess's
Jeff
report
Randall. Welcome.
and reviewed the information about his exemplar testing regarding the 3 second difference between turning on the car and the infotainment system going on, you have no other information that you looked at or
Sorry,
studied
but this is
that
the
changes that analysis, do you?
asshole you
No.
have to come in and listen to.
Now,
Spanky.
when you are suggesting, could we shrink that and zoom on the right side, please? When you are suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to the time because of that 3 second gap, do you think maybe
Arrogant.
you made a mistake in considering it that way?
No.
Okay. The time that you're adding 3 seconds to is the infotainment time, the infotainment clock, correct?
Yes.
The infotainment clock begins when the infotainment system goes on. We just spoke about that, correct?
Right.
Which is 3 seconds after the power on event.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
You
No.
believe that 3 seconds between the power on and the infotainment system going on should be accommodated extra on top of it.
It's not that it's extra. It's because when we're talking about times here, we're pulling a time from the infotainment and we're marrying that with a key on timer from the vehicle control history. Those are separate systems. So if the vehicle control history had its own time, then what you're saying would be correct. We wouldn't account for any delays because then it's already baked into those numbers. This is a very unique analysis. This is not something I've ever even seen, this type of analysis here where we're comparing a timestamp from an infotainment SD card to a VCH total time. And so the only way to reconcile those two is we have to align them. And the 3 seconds is the alignment between those because the VCH key on timer is going to start as soon as the vehicle is turned on. And that's the 3 seconds.
You've never seen this before.
I've never seen the
love it.
approach
Yeah,
taken
it
here
looks
in
like
this
that.
analysis by Aperture. That's what I meant by this. I'll clarify. I have not seen a timestamp from a key on event in a Lexus infotainment
That is
used
Spanky.
in addition to the key on timer from that same Lexus.
You know Mr. Burks actually looked at the data, not just...
Welcome
time.
back,
He looked at the data.
Kristen.
You understand that, don't you?
Sure.
You did not, did you?
Which data?
The data for the timestamp on the text stream data?
There is no timestamp on the text stream data, is my point. It's a derived value from the key on time, and then added to that is the elapsed time from the text stream. So they're separate.
Did you look at the data to make that determination that you're playing right now? Did you actually look at the data?
Yes. Yeah.
You look at the raw data?
I looked at, yes, the raw text stream data.
The raw text stream data from infotainment, did you look at it?
I just don't want to mince it. The text stream data is an independent system from the infotainment, and you said from, so they're not.
Did you look at the infotainment raw data?
I did.
And did you find a timestamp on the infotainment raw data?
Yes.
Now, when you added 3 seconds, you were trying to, in addition to the infotainment data, you were adding on the 3-second delay that now you're saying might not even be accurate. Is that fair to say?
I don't think I've ever said it's not accurate. I said that in the exemplar testing, they documented this behavior of a 3-second delay. And that needs to be accounted for if you're going to correct the timestamps. However, the caveat I put on that was
like, tell everyone
that was only with one exemplar vehicle. So it could be that this behavior, the 3 seconds, is unique to the exemplar and would not apply to other similar vehicles. And so that's why I did either nothing or the 3, because there's nothing to support something in between.
So you disagree that the clock stamp on the infotainment
Especially
module
listening,
begins the run. You believe that there's potentially 3 seconds before when the ignition goes on that should be added to that time.
I know from testing other Toyota systems that the key on timer happens almost at the identical time that the vehicle is turned on. That timer starts running basically immediately.
But on this case, you don't know anything firsthand because you didn't do the testing yourself.
I don't know if it would specifically apply to this Lexus. I know that from other Toyota testing, but not this specific Lexus.
I'm sorry, finish.
No, I'm clarifying. I do know that from other Toyota and VCH systems that key on timer is basically simultaneous with the key on. I have not tested it on this, and I don't believe that it was tested by Aperture when they had it either. They didn't document the accuracy of the run timer in their exemplar, so we don't know.
Well, you don't know that they didn't document that.
To be fair, if they did, it was not in their reports.
Right. So in this case, you said cars are different. And that's why you're hesitant to accept the fact that there's a 3-second delay.
They didn't document
It's a
it.
yes or no question.
I'm saying we don't know. Had Aperture done testing with a separate vehicle, then we could establish, is the 3 seconds the same or is it unique? We don't know. The answer is we don't know.
And so when you're determining that 3-second variance, you don't have any assurance in your own mind whether or not this car, Ms. Reed's Lexus, has a 3-second variance. That's what you're trying to say.
That's correct. And that's why I run my calculations with and without it.
And the way you would determine that is to actually do testing or look at the data.
More testing, I think, is the only way that would be able to be determined.
Now let's turn to slide 9. As part of your charts, could you enlarge left, please? As part of your charts, you took this chalk from Attorney Burgess's report and you made some assumptions about this, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I applied the numbers in his third column to the times. So that's the extent of the analysis.
When you looked at the first 5 columns, 1:14, 13 a.m., 4:38, 16 a.m., 4:42, 06 a.m., 4:45, 12 a.m., and 5:04, 28 a.m. You said on direct examination,
Oh boy.
You said on direct examination that was matching infotainment to iPhone.
That's what it says on the chart. So that's probably what I said. I don't remember specifically, but that's what the chart says.
Is that your opinion that those first 5 columns are matching infotainment to iPhone?
The chart says infotainment call timestamp in column 1. It says O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps in column 2, and then it says offset. So I'm taking that at face value.
You're basing your later charts on the predicate that these numbers, the first 5 columns, are infotainment compared to John O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't you?
Based on the chart, yes.
You didn't do any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state.
Because he's basically putting his
on
Aperture
on the
Aperture. He only came in to go over Aperture's data. If Aperture screwed up, that's on Aperture.
No.
Not this guy.
All the charges given to the jury, show the jury. If he relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know that at 1:14:13 a.m. the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
And did you know at 4:42:06, 4:45:12, 5:04:28, did you know that her Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Do you know that when you make phone calls, by the way, do you know on those different times, the first 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 1:14:13, all the way down to 5:04:28. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. You know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. You know where it came
The assumption The assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. That wasn't tested. And Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Landing actually not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
Sustained.
Sure.
Oh my God, what an asshole. He's so anger-inducing.
Do you know the genesis, the source of those 4 numbers?
Definitively no.
Your entire premise of your size and values and language depends on knowing the genesis of those numbers, doesn't it?
I relied on Mr. Burgess's explanation that those times were synchronized after the fact.
Did you know that those were all phone calls from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Leary's phone?
Yes.
You did know that.
I know that they're phone calls
From who?
between. Sorry, can you maybe just state it more clearly? Because I'm not sure. I don't want to fumble through an answer if I don't understand the question. So,
Do you know where those calls came from?
a phone. Miss Reed's phone.
I know you're not an expert on mobile devices, but did you know when it's called contemplated synchronization, when you plug your phone in, it's going to register on the rotating system, but come from the phone position system. Do you know when someone plugs their phone in after they turn the car back on, how it synchronizes on the rotating system?
I don't know if adjustments are made to those times during a synchronization or not. I think that's something that could be tested, and to my knowledge, was not tested.
If you don't know, then your conclusions and all your opinions to this jury is based on an assumption that you don't even know the predicate for. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
My conclusions are based on all of the data that Mr. Burgess laid out. So he laid these out and went so far as to calculate the offsets himself. So there's something implied in his table by virtue of him calculating these that maybe he would decide to align them. And so, again, to provide the clarity on all the possible alignments, I included them.
But that's not what I asked. If you're making an improper assumption about the predicate, about these calls and the source of them, and you're wrong, that would change your entire analysis and conclusions and charts that we see in your later charts, wouldn't it?
If there was testing that showed that that is an invalid method on this specific Lexus and SD card, then of the 30 possibilities, some of them would end up being eliminated.
Did you know that when an iPhone is plugged into a car, it downloads information from the iPhone on the data system? Do you know that?
I don't know how the clocks are synchronized when you plug an iPhone into a car.
Well, if you don't know, how can you make conclusions based on predicate? You don't even know what it is.
The conclusions are based on the data in Mr. Burgess's report.
I know you're not an expert on mobile devices.
So I'm going to strike that. Go ahead and ask your question.
He can't ever. Oh my God, the amount of statements he makes. And Auntie Beth never admonishes him.
It's not unexpected to be damaged, correct?
Correct.
When you're comparing 2 iPhones,
She lets Spanky run that courtroom
the variance to be very small, iPhone.
I don't know.
Have you studied that before?
like a
2 iPhones?
fucking
No.
So if you
circus.
did today, you don't have any expertise, any education, any knowledge about how closely 2 iPhones are sync with each other?
No.
You see in the first 5 problems, the numbers are small, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Yes.
Would you agree iPhone using the same source of time is generally going to be within 1 to 2 seconds of each other's position? Do you have any opinion about whether iPhones to iPhones would generally be within 1 to 2 seconds of each other's position?
Can I ask if there's an opinion? Do you have an opinion on that?
No.
Next question.
If the first 5 calls are iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, you agree that all of your assumptions and conclusions are accurate.
They're not iPhone to iPhone in the sense that column 1 came from the infotainment. The values were read from the SD card. So there's an assumption baked into it. What you're saying that when a phone is synchronized, the infotainment assumes the times of the phone, but we don't know whether the infotainment would adjust those times to its own clock or not.
You're speculating, aren't you?
We don't know. It wasn't tested. I don't know. Is the
You
answer.
don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I do not.
Okay. Don't say we don't know. You don't know.
System.
So this is iPhone to iPhone. Then your assumption on the first side.
Oh my
1
God.
to 1 to 1. If you're iPhone to iPhone and you're wrong about the fact it's infotainment to iPhone,
And
your
you're
assumptions
wrong.
are inaccurate, aren't they?
I'll allow this.
And you're
If the title of the first column had iPhone in it as well, then I would not have used it in my analysis.
But that's not the question. I appreciate that. My question is,
Oh no, you
your
don't.
first 5 calls were iPhone time to iPhone time. You mistakenly analyzed it as infotainment time to iPhone time, when the rest of your assumptions and charts would be inaccurate with the addition.
System.
At 5:21:36, do you know whether or not the defendant's Lexus was on?
I don't recall if that one was an on or an off point. I want to guess. I don't recall.
And so if you don't know if that was on or off, were you able to do an analysis whether this was phone to phone or infotainment to phone?
No.
5:30:31. Do you know if the defendant's car was on?
That one I know the vehicle was on.
That's one timestamp on the infotainment system, 5:30:31, correct?
Correct.
And then in the O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are two different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And do you appreciate that that is two separate calls, or do you think it's something different?
I'm going to paraphrase, again, Mr. Birch's report, as I recall it, in that he stated during the testing they did with the exemplar, calls placed in close succession would not necessarily both be logged in the infotainment. So as I understand this chart, what he's trying to say here is there were two calls placed, there were two call logs in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, but only one timestamp in the infotainment, and he couldn't determine which it corresponded to because of that observed behavior from testing.
I'm asking if you know.
I don't.
Did you ever look at phone records for the defendant or for Mr. O'Keefe to make a determination?
He
whether
has
these are two
said
separate
a
calls?
million
Do you ever do that?
times that he only is
If these are two separate
evaluating Burgess's
Can you explain to us why there
work.
is one timestamp?
Man, Shannon, who
Again, as I stated, that was behavior that was
doesn't
observed.
have a
The
fucking
exact behavior
degree.
was observed during the exemplar testing by Aperture. I don't know why that happens. Why does the infotainment not log every call? I don't. But I know that it was documented that that is a feature of the system.
This information was not taken from the exemplar report.
This table, no.
This information was taken from the infotainment system of the defendant's car, is that true?
Yes.
And the phone calls were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, isn't that true?
Yes.
And so, do you know why there would be two phone calls on one timestamp?
Beyond the testing, the exemplar testing that showed an exemplar vehicle did that. No, I don't know why it happens.
Do you know that the infotainment system doesn't always capture all of the phone calls and the phone data in the download? Do you know that?
Yes.
Well, if you know that, and you can know that even though it's two calls only one timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works.
I think that's the most logical assumption, that that's how it works.
So when you look at 5:30:15, right in the middle, and 5:30:52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 5:30:31 infotainment on the left. There, it's impossible, right?
Yes.
So there's two possibilities.
Yes.
One is that you have a difference, a disparity of 16 seconds.
Yes.
And the other one, going the opposite way, is a disparity of 21 seconds.
Correct.
And so when you add those disparities, you have 27 seconds disparity. Right?
I love that.
Is there 27 second disparity compared to?
I'm not sure I understand
Yeah,
the math.
he's just an asshole.
It's 16 seconds different than 5:30:15.
Asking the same
Yes.
question
5:31 is 21 seconds different.
over and over.
Correct.
Add those disparities, it's 27 seconds.
I'm going to allow that.
No,
Making statements.
you're saying if maybe so I can be clear what you're asking. If we have a negative 16 and we have a positive 21, how many seconds are in between there? 37?
And so you can see, did you know that the credit card was about 5 name? Is that right? No?
I don't have any of this peon's committed to memory.
So you can see
I think he
between
just
5
loves
and
the sound of his own voice.
which shows that variances change. They move.
That seems reasonable. Yes.
But when I said it seems reasonable, do you have the experience and the knowledge to agree with me that variances move?
Yes, they do.
Okay. If those first 5 calls were iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, would you agree they should not have been considered in your analysis?
Oh my
Yes.
God, Shelley.
With the caveat, because this is a novel analysis with this SD card.
Okay. One more time for anyone that just came in. Today it has been opposite day in my chat. It's been tell a lie day, make fun day. I don't know what the fuck you want to call it day. But just don't believe everything you see in my chat today. That's all I can say. Seriously.
Entertainment that it was demonstrated that that's the behavior. My opinions on things like that are based on testing and research and literature. And so when we have a brand new system with new data, we want to see some testing to prove it works the way we think it works. But under the assumption, then yes.
You would agree?
Yes.
If we turn to 10, please. Given, could you zoom in a little, please, on the left? Given that these data points come at 5 in the morning, or 1, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5:30, did you consider whether they would be less reliable then comparing to the triggering event,
That's nice,
the
Jane.
3-point turn at 12:23 the night before. Did you consider that?
She just gives you a look.
Yes.
That's sweet.
When you said you reviewed in your critiquing reports, did you read
I
Mr.
wish I
Brooks'
had a
report on May
neighbor
8,
who just
2025?
gave me food.
Yes.
Did you read in his report where he
For free?
explains that this is a less reliable method to, it's a less reliable method because of the time distance between the actual event we're
Nope.
interested in, 11:62 or 12,
Never, Zach.
43 to 48, then the 3-point turn.
Ever behave?
When he explains that the method,
Especially when it's opposite or tell a lie
of
day.
using 521 and 530 on January 29, 2022, he explains
Have a good one, Katie.
about how the information is stored in the infotainment system when it's powered back on, doesn't he?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember when you were reviewing his report
See?
that he
What I'm
explained
saying.
the available call
Never.
log correlation is restricted to a time frame between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when the vehicle was powered on. All other calls stored in the infotainment module occurred while the vehicle was powered off, indicating those entries were synced from Miss Lee's iPhone upon reconnecting to the system on the morning of January 29th. You considered that when you decided or formulated your critique,
Thank
didn't
you.
you?
Testifying.
This further indicated that the associated timestamps for those calls originated from Miss Lee's iPhone. Did you read that?
Yes.
Relative to those first 5 columns, correct?
Yes.
This behavior was previously documented in the initial report, which is the January 30th report. Yes?
Yes.
You shrugged. I mean, I don't want you to disagree with me. Do you remember it was in the January 30th report?
I don't remember how he phrased it specifically. But I think there was somewhere around there where he noted that some calls were placed while the vehicle was off. I think that's basically what it said in the first one. I don't remember specifically.
Do you agree generally, or can I give you the report? You can look and remind yourself. I want to get your best memory on this.
Sure.
What would you like me to do?
If you'd like me to look at it, I'll look at it.
Sure.
Do
You have a
you
copy?
have
Would you like me to bring
Do you
it
have
to
the reports with you, sir? Okay. Do you have an extra copy for him, Mr. Brennan?
Mine is marked. Who's going to get a clean copy for it? I don't have a clean copy. I don't want to show you something that has my writing on it. Not that I care if you read it, but it's protocol.
Oh, Cheryl.
In discussing why this is not an effective way of matching the time, did you consider in his May 8, 2025 report, when he's talking about this method, when he says, as a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment?
Yes.
And
Call logs are discrete points.
I'm sorry?
The call logs are discrete points for alignment. Is that?
As a result, this method yields a single reference point, referring to the 5:30
I don't know. It sounds like it, but I don't know.
From the 5:21 a.m. to the 5:30 a.m. window, a velocity of approximately -8 and -16 plus 21 seconds were observed between the Lexus clock and Mr. Oakey's iPhone clock. Consider that?
Yes.
This also was measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the collision, and not the assumed applied to other time frames stated in the initial report.
I'm going to allow it. Yes. Do you have? I'll see Council Tolbert.
Is that how he states it specifically?
I can read it again. I just read it to you.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
So let's give him a copy.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's give him a copy. Does he have a clean copy?
You turn to page 3. What I read to you is where it says clock sync method 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is, if you look at the second paragraph, I read that to you word for word. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's being good.
The 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. are the only 2 data points when that car was on January 29, 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the last paragraph, do you agree or disagree? As a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment. Do you agree with that?
No.
Because you still are under the mistaken belief that
Assisting.
you still have the opinion that the first 5 rows are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
It's presented as that way in his initial report. This is what my initial analysis was based on. And in the supplemental report, there's no further testing to say one way or the other. He just has a new opinion. So I stand by the initial analysis that I had, that those points should be included with all of the other points.
But that's not my question. My question is, you are taking the position those first 5 calls are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
They could be until I include them. I'm not saying they definitively are or not, which is why I never say there is one way to do it. That's why I say there's a whole host of ways to do it.
So you're now saying that you're not assuming that's an infotainment to iPhone analysis. Are you now saying that?
It's stated that way, and I think it could be that way. But it might be iPhone to iPhone too, if those times are just copied over.
Just
If it was iPhone to
fucking
iPhone,
driving
your
me
analysis
nuts.
would be wrong.
Certain lines would go away. So if you want to call the whole analysis wrong because of that, it might be your characterization. It would change the total number of possibilities.
So if we put up chart 12, page 12, please. you were wrong about the infotainment to iPhone analysis, and those first 5 should not be considered, which part of your chart would now be wrong?
What do we have? 12 lines on the chart?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we have 12 lines on the chart. If we decided to eliminate the lines that are based on the calls when the vehicle was off, we would be left with 4 lines on the chart.
And if we turn to 14, please. And you can enlarge one. I don't think you can enlarge it. If your analysis about infotainment to iPhone was wrong, you would agree those first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns should not be there, should they?
No, the positive 16 stays, the negative 21 stays, 1, 2, 8, and 20 would go away. So we'd lose 4 lines from this chart.
And the negative 16 line, that comes from information at 5:30 a.m. the next morning.
Correct.
And you would agree that that distance is not as accurate as queuing it from the 3-point turn event 11:62:1.
The 3-point turn is closer in time than the call at 5:32.
And thus more reliable, wouldn't you say?
Generally.
And the negative 21, that was from 5:30 and some seconds the next morning. Same idea. Not as reliable as the 3-point turn information.
There's greater uncertainty the farther in time we get.
So when we turn to the 3-point turn information, you mentioned in Dr. Welcher's report that it was noted that the timestamp 154 was the end of the 3-point turn event, correct?
That's how he states it.
And then more information was provided when Mr. Burgess then broke down that 154 timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And when he broke down the 154 timestamp, he actually wrote a report about it, didn't he?
Yes.
He didn't just have it in his head. He put it on paper for all to see, yes?
Yes.
And in that report, not only does he break down the data, he also shows a visual of the actual data on a map, doesn't he?
He does.
Exhibit 192A. Okay. Let's start with 192B, please. If you could open that up so we can see it a little better.
So what? So he
When
puts
you
it
look
on
at
the
the data
visual.
he actually broke down,
Doesn't mean it's
do
not
you
wrong.
agree that instead of at the end of the 3-point turn event as timestamp 154, that
We all
actually is at
know
the beginning of the 3-point turn?
Cannon.
Do you agree with that?
You know,
I don't
not credible.
know if the points are numbered on here, so I can't tell which point he's
Why
referencing
not
as
as
154.
Do you see the green circle?
Yes.
Do you see the black line?
Yes.
Does that orient you to the direction the car was traveling?
That appears to be what he's trying to convey with his chart.
And then the yellow is facing a different direction, towards Fairview, correct?
It is.
And do you see the green square rectangle?
Yes.
You think that correlates to the green circle?
That seems to be what this graph implies.
And it notes that.
So ask it differently, Mr. Cannon.
Does that heading note the start of the 3-point turn of a P phone is 12:23:59?
I'm going to allow it.
That's what Mr. Burgess states in the report.
And do you have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
No, I didn't do an independent analysis of the 3-point turn maneuver.
And then the heading of the change, end of 3-point turn to O'Keefe's home, 12:24:07. Do you have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
I did not analyze the 3-point turn maneuver.
And so when you look at that and break down 154, did you determine or make an analysis that 154 that was generally accepted because there was variances between items? When you break it down with more specificity, 154 is actually earlier than the 3-point turn conclusion. Did you consider that?
I'm going to allow that, yeah.
I know it.
I'm not trying to understand the question, if you don't mind.
You mentioned Dr. Welch's report said it relied on 154 as a timestamp for the end of the 3-point turn.
Yes.
Based on Mr. Burgess's main report and based on the data, which you don't contest, you now agree that 154 was not the end of that 3-point turn. It was at the beginning.
Based on how Mr. Burgess presents it, I didn't do an independent analysis. So I'm not on one side with Mr. Burgess or one side with Dr. Welcher. They present independent methods.
Are you suggesting in any way it's inaccurate?
Yes.
Are you suggesting it is in any way inaccurate?
Oh my God.
I don't have any opinions as to the individual accuracy of the methods selected by either Mr. Burgess or Dr. Welcher.
Do you have any information you'd like to add or weigh in on to dispute the accuracy of those times?
Sustained.
And let's turn to the previous exhibit so we can actually see the data that's broken down. You could open that. The 154 timestamp, if you go to the left, please. Do you see that right above the green line?
Yes.
12:23:58. You see that?
Yes.
And then the green goes to the orange.
Think he's
an
giving
8-second
me a
difference, right?
migraine.
Yes.
And when you look at this, you consider that this was a more detailed study of that timestamp by Mr. Burgess, right?
More detailed is yes. That's correct.
And do you know why he did a more detailed analysis of this? Why it wasn't in the original PowerPoint?
And
No, I
the
don't.
more
You said that variances are
arrogant
generally accepted in the
he
community, right?
gets, the more
Yes.
But
nasally
then you were a
he
report
gets.
suggesting numbers and additions, and you submitted that report
Snobby,
as part of the
yes,
basis of your
yes.
testimony, right?
I only submitted a PowerPoint. I had no report.
PowerPoint. And after you submitted the PowerPoint, isn't it fair to say Mr. Burgess then analyzed this data to be more specific after you introduced your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So can you guess why he went through a more detailed analysis?
No.
Sustained. Sorry.
Can't guess, you idiot.
In the final exhibit. Let's go back to the data. You said that Mr. Burgess had an 8-second range, 21 to 29 seconds, remember?
Yes.
And you were suggesting that somehow there was some uncertainty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you guessing about his state of mind, whether he was certain or not? Do you know why he gave an 8-second range?
So ask it differently.
Okay. You suggested the reason why there's an 8-second range is that Mr. Burgess was uncertain. Remember saying that to Mr. Jury?
Not in those exact words, but that's what uncertainty is. Uncertainty is a range. If we don't know a specific value, we put a range around it. That's uncertainty. That's it.
This data from the green.
Thanks, Kristen. Everyone hit the like button. Thank you.
I'm going to allow it. Do you agree with that?
I see speed values there. I see some headings. I can't convert GPS in my head, so I don't know.
You could have analyzed the data yourself, right?
I could have.
But you didn't.
I did not.
You have a reason to test.
You could have, but you didn't.
I'm going to allow that.
I'm gonna allow it. She allows everything.
You talk about looking at
Because
different diets.
Stinky Bab loves Stinky.
Even though this analysis depends on the end of the 3-point turn, what's your baseline for giving to give that 8-second range to give the benefit of the doubt by starting at the beginning of the 3-point turn all the way to the end of it rather than just giving the end point?
As to that form, ask it differently, Mr. Chairman.
Because the 8-second range that is provided by Mr. Burgess coincide with the data and the 8-second range between the green and the orange.
That's where he comes up with the 8-second range, correct?
And so if Aperture's position is the maximum time at the end of the event, and going back to the beginning, isn't that even more forgiving than the baseline position?
I'm going to allow it.
I'm gonna allow it.
Yeah, I would call it a
Just like
conservative
I
approach
allow
to use a range of
everything
values.
that this
The opposite
web
of cherry
does.
picking, right?
Sure.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of forensic data certainty about whether text stream data provides data reflecting whether a collision actually occurred?
No.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty is the text stream data
Tornadoes.
would not
Oh, tornadoes.
reflect a collision, correct?
That's not what I said. I don't have an opinion.
And you know that there can be collisions or touching between vehicle, and it's not going to appear on the text stream data. You know that, right?
It's possible.
It's possible. Did you know that the defendant's vehicle at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022 bumped into a different car?
Yes.
Did you
see
know that,
reflected on the text
Stinky?
stream data?
Because you act like it's no
So when
big
I reviewed the
deal.
text stream data, and I don't remember seeing an event from
I
that.
can't really.
I don't remember seeing an event from that time in the text stream data.
Well, you don't remember seeing it. It's not there, is it?
I don't think it is. I don't remember seeing it. I don't think there's one.
You're not.
I was going to finish and say I don't have all of the events committed to memory. There's
Yep.
19 of them.
I'm sorry.
There's 19 events. I don't have them all committed to memory.
You're not testifying or offering an opinion that there was no collision with this car that night, are you?
No.
Because if you were implying that or suggesting that or insinuating that, that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
It's not.
Sustained.
Oh my
No further
God. Oh, thank God.
Yes.
You asked a number of
I'm about
questions
to go crazy.
minutes ago by Mr. Brennan concerning your expertise. I'm just going to grab a pen. Specifically, you were asked about your expertise
Yeah,
regarding
I don't know
mobile data
who
devices.
OPATs
Mobile devices and their data.
is
Right?
Yes.
that
And
they
were you being truthful
I
when you
see them
indicated that
in
you were
the
not an
chats, but I don't know who that is.
Were you being truthful when you indicated that you have a certain expertise in EDR data?
Yes.
I think they were in
Were you
here
being truthful
before.
when you indicated that you did review Mr. Burgess's data and Mr. Welcher's data as reflected in their reports and PowerPoints?
Yes.
Were you being truthful about your credentials?
Yes.
Have you ever lied about your credentials?
I have a
hold a
lot of
bachelor's
Alan
degree?
Jackson.
Yes.
And you hold a master's degree?
I do.
You ever lied to anybody about that?
No.
Mr. DiSogra, what is the only reason you amended your PowerPoint presentation from its original version to the one that you most recently amended it to?
To include the additional analysis and data points from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report, the
So-
May 8th report.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go
The
ahead.
May 8th report.
So you amended yours because he amended his.
Correct.
You were asked just a second ago about all the texting events that you
I'll
noted
check Discord in a
on
minute,
Mr.
Mayline.
SUV, correct?
Hi, Jen
Yes,
Fox.
Mr. Brennan asked you about specific texting events at around 5:07 in the morning.
Oh, that's
Whether you had
Cat.
something like that committed to
That's
memory, correct?
Cat 4.
Yes.
You said I don't have them all committed to memory, right?
I don't.
What did you say after that? Because there's how many?
It was 19 events prior to 1162-2, 19 other events.
How about after 1162?
There were a number after 1162-2. I don't have the exact count in my head.
How about after
I didn't know that.
1162, just on January 29th, going to January 30th?
There were other events.
How many?
I don't recall the exact number.
much about him.
It sounds plausible. I recall seeing in the chart. I recall seeing a number of events after. It would. Thank you. Yeah, there are a lot. I would have to really use my finger to count them all.
Okay. More than
No tornadoes for
Total
anyone.
after 1162-2. There aren't date stamps on these because this chart is the raw text stream data, which doesn't have timestamps.
say.
Yes.
He's almost as good of a troll as you, Zach. Wow.
In no instance were any of those related to a
That's a
collision.
compliment.
Okay. Were any of those that you reviewed at any time, a lifetime vehicle, related to a collision?
None of them were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. I want to ask you a hypothetical, if I could, based on questioning by Mr. Brennan. The 12/32/09 lock event. Do you remember him asking about those questions about that event?
Yes.
Your analysis was based on the time span. Let me rephrase that. Was your analysis based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses together of a span of time between the 1162-2 text stream event,
He's in
trigger event,
Kentucky.
and the lock event at 12/32/09?
I'm in
Okay.
Michigan.
So the question is that what he's considering?
Correct. In other words, was he basing his opinion or analysis on that time frame, at least in part?
So I'll let that question stay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. If you were told that there was another interaction phone event on John O'Keefe's phone at 12/32/16 in the form of steps taken, 36 steps over the course of 83 feet, would that change your analysis
Me
or opinion in
too.
any way? Okay.
I'll allow that in that form.
I
Yes.
wish I could
In what way?
meet him.
If
And
the
the
phone
left.
event moves
and Unity.
from 12/32/09
And
to
like
12/32/16,
I would love to meet them all.
then of the 30 possibilities I had in the chart, all of them would become positive. That would mean that interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event every single time. Instead of, it was 25 for 30 in the original analysis, the hypothetical would change it to 30 for 30.
All of them, all 30 of them would occur at point in time with that. All of them would reflect a scenario in which the phone interaction took place after.
That's correct.
If you were told, to give you another hypothetical, if you were told that there was a Doppler state event on the phone, pocket state event on the phone at 12/33/14, would that impact your opinion in any way?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked several questions about what you believed Mr. Burgess may have gotten wrong in terms of his original report and one of his original analyses
Yep.
with bits and bytes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mason, Ohio.
Did Mr. Burgess?
Hold on.
Of course.
You need to, we have to turn the fans off.
And I'm not speaking loud enough.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'll raise my voice. I just don't want to scream over people, but I will raise my voice.
Let's try this for a few minutes.
May I start again?
That question, yes.
Thank you. You were asked about whether or not you believed that Mr. Burgess was incorrect in terms of certain analyses he undertook or reflected in his original report back in January 2025, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the bits and bytes, did you find that Mr. Burgess was incorrect or correct about his analysis concerning the size of the data set collected based on bits versus bytes?
He was incorrect.
Explain that to the jurors very briefly.
These are just different units. A bit is a different size than a byte. And so if a size for something is listed in bits, for example, and you look at the data and assume it's in bytes, you will assume it's the wrong size.
Which Mr. Burgess did based on your review of his report, correct?
Correct.
I want to change gears and ask a different question, a series of questions about the text stream data versus the infotainment system data, specifically the timestamps associated therewith. Is there a timestamp associated with text stream data?
In this case, no.
Okay. Is there a timestamp associated with infotainment system data?
Yes.
All right. The infotainment system data, well, let me see if I can ask it a different way. Where did the 3-second delay come from? Your analysis of Mr. Burgess's review of the of the text stream data or his review of the infotainment system data?
The 3 seconds came, fundamentally it came from the exemplar testing, where he identified, and he was actually, Aperture collectively in that testing identified a difference between when the button was pushed and the time that showed up in the infotainment. But they didn't actually look at, as far as I know, at least it wasn't provided if they did, how that specifically related to the key on timer itself, but they showed that the button is pushed, there's a 3-second delay, and then the time gets logged.
When that button is pushed for the infotainment system, I'm going to rephrase again. I'm just going to when that button is pushed for the on event, the key on event, is that like a stopwatch? Stopwatch starts running? Timer?
In the VCH system, yes.
Okay. Separate and apart from the VCH system, is there an infotainment system that also has a timer or a clock?
Has a clock.
Are those two things independent of one another?
Completely independent.
What were you doing with regard to the 3-second delay as it relates to the key on event and the infotainment system event to marry those two things together?
Right. I'm making the adjustment, or proposing that adjustment can be made, because the key on timer is going to start generally as soon as the vehicle powers on. But the infotainment, when you go and download the data, it will say, hey, I think I powered on at this time, and it turns out that time is actually 3 seconds off. So if you're going to then apply the infotainment time anywhere else to VCH data, you've got to realign the two, and that's where the 3 seconds comes from. These are independent data sources.
Did Mr. Burgess, to your review of his, insofar as your review of his analysis, his report is concerned, did he align the two using the 3-second delay?
No, he did not.
With course permission, may we have slide 10 of the PowerPoint?
Okay.
And that is, we talked a lot about PowerPoints of Mr. DiSogra's PowerPoint. Can you highlight the table on the left, Mr. Wolf? Thank you. Did you create this table?
No.
Was this table, I don't know if you call it cut and paste, or if there's some better engineering term for it, was it basically pulled from Mr. Burgess's report?
It was. It was a screenshot.
Thank you, screenshot. Did you type a single word on this?
I did not. I added a green box.
Put a green box around it?
Yes.
You didn't type anything on this table.
I did not.
You were asked a ton of
I
questions
honestly
a few minutes
think
ago about
he
whether or
didn't
not
understand any of this.
the column on the left and the center column were reflective of an infotainment timestamp versus an iPhone to iPhone timestamp, correct?
That's right.
Mr. Brennan asked you a bunch of
Oh, I
questions
forgot
about that.
to
The
check
left
this
column
word, Malin. Hold on.
being an iPhone timestamp, at least the top 5 rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. You know that?
Yes.
Read the name that Mr. Burgess labeled that column.
Infotainment call timestamps.
So what, as an expert, what did you presume he, as an expert, was presuming?
System.
What did you presume that meant to you, just to you?
Call timestamps from the infotainment.
So if anything is wrong with your analysis, would it be based on Mr. Burgess being wrong in his analysis?
System.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure. Do you need the light on?
I don't. And we can pull that down. What was your entire analysis predicated on? What was it based on? The foundation of it? As you explained your analysis to Mr. during the course of the day.
The testing by Aperture and the collective reports and PowerPoint presentations by Aperture. That would be an initial report by Mr. Burgess, an initial PowerPoint by Dr. Welcher, and a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
Did you change any of their data?
No.
Did you change any of their analyses?
No.
Did you explain their analysis?
Yes.
Sustained as material.
Sure. What were you trying to do in terms of your presentation, in your PowerPoint, your presentation to the story?
There were a number of different methodologies presented across all of those reports and PowerPoints, and sort of all in different places. So my goal was to bring all of them into one place so we could look at the totality of the data.
You were asked whether the genesis of your analysis relies on knowing the source of the
Yummy.
cause, correct? Remember being asked that by Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
The actual genesis of your entire opinion is based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses, correct?
That's correct.
You were also asked why you believed Mr. Burgess did a quote-unquote more detailed report in May versus January of 2025. Remember being asked that just a few minutes ago?
Yes.
When you presented your analysis, your math, based on Mr. Burgess's January 2025 report, how many of the scenarios indicated based on his data and his analysis that the lock-in occurred after the texture?
All of them.
That's all I have now.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
How many of you actually think Brendan
So, Mr. DiSogra,
understood
this
this?
demonstrates the danger or the
I'd love to
difficulty.
know.
Hold on. Start the
It's
question
cross-examination.
differently. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
This demonstrates the difficulty in giving opinions when you don't actually study the data itself. Isn't that fair to say?
What are you referring to with this?
Well, you're giving opinions, but you can't verify any of the data because you're not relying on your study of the data.
That's not his
Relying on expert
job.
reports.
Oh my gosh, see what I mean? All he keeps going back in is that this guy didn't do the actual research or
I don't think that's true.
testing, but that wasn't the point. His assholes did the testing and they did it badly.
I would say I'm reading the words that are in front of me
They
and
did a
interpreting
fucking
them
kindergarten
for what they say.
test and a fucking reorganizing of numbers without a
There's
degree,
a transfer of
and
data.
then lied about it.
You had no way of knowing that information, although on the iPhone, on the computer system, you had no idea whether it was on an iPhone or on your phone.
That's right. I don't think that's no.
So all Spanky can do is talk about him not actually doing the
If I
testing.
had guessed, yes, but I didn't guess. I used the data in the reports and I referenced the testing that Aperture did. So I did not make a guess.
The report and information from Spanky's own witnesses.
Don't know.
But you actually did the analysis yourself, rather than just Monday morning quarterbacking somebody's report.
So I'm going to strike it, ask you differently.
If you actually did the analysis yourself, you wouldn't have to make a presumption that you'd be wrong, correct?
I don't think the analysis was possible in this case because the testing wasn't done in this case.
You don't know if the testing was done or not. You didn't do the testing.
So I need to hear the question.
You don't know if the testing was done or not.
I
know it's in the
hear
reports, the testing wasn't in the reports.
Bullshit.
No. No.
You don't know if that testing was done.
I don't.
I'm so sick of this bullshit.
I do not, sir.
So if you're wrong, you're
You almost just stepped on a snake, Zach.
Part of my conclusions would change. I wouldn't agree that I'm wholesale wrong.
Well, as a scientist, if they're not accurate, that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
That might be a nuanced answer.
I'm sorry?
I said that might be a nuanced answer.
Did
Frankly,
you mean
I'm not sure
Gardner?
how to give you a good answer to that
But
question.
you have the wrong data when you're doing your analysis.
That's where my mind
Then the
went
final
to,
analysis
James.
is going to be wrong if you have using the wrong data.
With
That's
black
simple.
and with
Yes,
yellow
let's be a
stripes.
scientist to figure that out.
Yes.
I was thinking with
If
never
we can have
mind.
Mr. Welcher's
My mind's in
33.
the gutter. Hey, side eyes.
If you could open out, please. You were asked about whether the window is within the time frame of 12/32/09, the last user interaction with the phone. When you look at this data, go to the top, please. You see on vehicle speed, the car is moving. You see that? Could you enlarge that a little bit, please? The beginning of that data capture, the car's already moving, correct?
I see vehicle speeds right in those first couple of lines. Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I see vehicle
Yes.
speed.
If you go to the bottom, at the end, the car is still moving. Yes?
I see vehicle speeds there as well.
2361. That would indicate, in your experience with texting data, the car is still moving. Yes?
At the end of the record, there is a vehicle speed. The car is moving. That would be my assumption.
Okay. And so when you're making your conclusions that something's with or without, you're simply talking about the time of the 10 seconds of data. Yes?
Yeah, everything that I've done has been referencing the end of event 1162-2, which is exactly how it's been referenced in all of the other reports.
That 10-second window. Yes?
Not even the window, just the end. Everything in the Aperture reports talks about the end of event 1162-2. So that's what I used across everything.
And when you say end of event, you're referring just to data, not the actual real life event.
Yeah, absolutely. The end of the recording.
Okay. And so after that window, 12/32/04 to 12/32/12, you were asked a question about what might have happened 4 seconds later, 12/32/16. Remember you were asked about that?
Yes.
Did you know at 12/32/16 that John O'Keefe's cell phone moved the last time? Did you know that?
No.
And between 12/32/12, which is in the 10-second window, and 12/32/16, do you know what John O'Keefe was doing in that 4-second period?
No.
Do you know if he was walking?
No.
Do you know if he was crawling?
No.
Do you know if he was falling?
No.
You don't know.
I do not know.
None of you do.
Okay.
12/32/16.
I didn't review the phone data, so I don't know.
So that's a state.
You asked Senator, what about the data? It's wrong. We need to be wrong, correct?
Generally, yes.
That was in our exam. Basic scientific postulate, correct?
Generally, yes.
You're relying on whose data?
Mr. Burgess' data and Dr. Welcher's data.
All right, Mr. DiSogra, you are all set. So you can sit down. I'm going to see counsel for a minute.
All
Feel
right,
free to stay there.
guys. Hold on. Next testimony is Deborah. Don't call me Deber. Deber. Don't call me Deborah. Do you guys want to watch it today? After Deber.
Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Not it. This is the proper and Proctor's text, which I am skipping. We all know what Proctor's text say, and listening to his buddy read them is just awkward. So after we got Deborah, Bitchy Kelly, whatever the fuck you want to call her, next. And then we have Marie Russell. So, because her testimony is only 53 minutes, so on 1.5 speed, it'll only be like 40 minutes. So then, because then we can get into tomorrow, we can get into Dr. Russell, because Dr. Russell is 6 hours. So if we go into Kelly Deborah today, it's only not even an hour. Yes, Zach, be careful out there, says Side Eyes, and all of us. We definitely want you to be careful. You thought you lost a cow, but I found her. They aren't dangerous? Oh, okay. Her name is Booty. Yummy. Snork tracked her down. Oh, wow. Oh, you get to up. Oh, yay. If you upload our video, let me know. I want to see it. No saber for tomorrow. She's not even an hour long. You guys tell me who else? Here. We're going to vote. Hold on. Let me put up a vote. Continue. Kelly Deber. 1 equals today. 2 equals tomorrow. And keep this in mind before I post this, before you vote. Her testimony is less than an hour. And after her testimony is Marie Russell. And after Marie Russell, I believe is Dr. Laposada. Let me double check. So Marie Russell is 6 hours. Oh, and then Nicholas Barros. Oh, no. So I guess there's a lot in between. I thought Laposada and her were back to back, but I was wrong. So we got Kelly Deber. Marie Russell, 6 hours. Barros is less than an hour. Lucky is an hour and a half. And then we got Karina Kolakithis, which is just over a half hour. And then, of course, we get into Arca. Dr. Wolf is, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5.5, just under 6 hours. And that then is Dr. Laposada and Dr. Rentschler. I forgot that Dr. Laposada was that close to the end. So it looks like we got several for today. Danny's not going live tonight. Oh, we got all night then. She is so funny to watch, but when I just listen, it loses something when I don't see the Deber frown. Yeah, I know, right? You got to see her. So that's why I want to ask what you guys are, since it's, what time is it? I don't even know what time it is. 5:45. So Karen is getting all of Proctor's texts. Yeah, I heard that's going to be anger-inducing, rage. Seriously, I don't even want to see Proctor's texts. Hearing just that one was awful enough. Probably the highlight of my time in Dedham was meeting Dr. Russell. Oh my God, I would have loved to meet her. She's amazing. Hi, Danny. I'm up for watching it, but whatever you would like. I just want to make sure if you guys are up for watching it, I'll definitely. I'm going to be honest. I'm in pain today, so I'm not going to be doing much but sitting here anyways. So By the way, I finished off my Sunday lamps and made a couple lives and a video of my finished ones. Yay! I'll have to check those out. If you guys haven't subbed to Kat Randall, she does didn't you also, before I say that, don't you also have animal videos too, don't you? But she does like restoration work. It's very cool. Hi, Fridge Breaker. Moni G. It looks like you're the only one outnumbered. I'm sorry. Let me take this off so you guys can see the vote or see the thing. So the vote is, are we going to continue with Kelly Dever today? Put a 1 in the chat. Tomorrow, put a 2. Danny says 1 or 2 is fine, but I'll be here. Yay. James. Dr. Russell played for the Bruins and the Celtics simultaneously on top of everything else. I love it. If you guys are just joining me today, it is opposite or tell a lie, a funny lie in Scarlett's chat today. There's been plenty of them. You're hard out in 15, so aw, I'm sorry, Moni G. Hi, you're new here. Let's see, Sylvia, is it gone or John? Well, welcome. We love all new people. Thank you for being here. Isn't Michigan on Central Time? No, we are in Eastern Time. All of Michigan is Eastern Standard Time. Nikki Pooh Bat Guano. That name just makes me crack up. I swear. Welcome. All right, Moni G, I love you. So it looks like most of you are going with today. So we are going to go with today. So now I'm going to put one more vote up so that I can plan my day. So give me 1 second before I tell you what it is. So we are going to continue with Dever, don't call me Dever today. But I am going to put up a new poll. Give me 1 second. New poll. Since the chat rats are not going live tonight, and I have plenty of time to stream, Miss S will put the stream up with Joy and Kazi and you, please. Oh, will you put the stream up? I can do that. I mean, I wish I would have seen that before I put my new poll up. That stream, because it's so long, maybe we can play some of it in between, depending on what you say to this vote. So, the new vote, we're going to definitely watch Kelly Dever. Her testimony is less than an hour, plus played at 1.5 speed, probably be done in about 35 minutes. So it's not even 6 o'clock. Do you want to start Dr. Russell today? Put a 1 in the chat if yes. Put a 2 in the chat if no. You meant if on my, yeah, like you mean live? Yeah, I can do that. It's already on my page if you want to watch it on replay. But playing it again, yes, we can put it on. I'm going to tell you one thing. If you're new here, like Jay Cornish, I hate the sound of my own voice and my laugh, even though other people tell me they love it. But we can definitely do that if you guys want to. But it all depends on what your answer to this question is. Because if we're going to stream for a while, like more than just Deborah, which is in less than an hour, if we're going to get into Dr. Russell today, we can take a break by watching some of Friday night. So keep that in mind when making your vote. We will start Dr. Russell if you put 1 in the chat today. If you put 2, it's a no, and we'll get to Dr. Russell tomorrow. I want to know if you guys want to be, or if you guys will be here to watch it, want to watch it. So Dr. Russell today, 1. Tomorrow, 2. And while we're taking a little break, just in case anybody can help support the channel, I am not monetized yet, so I am hoping to get up to 500 subs. I hit 269. The last I checked was 269. So I'm getting up there. I'm getting excited. If you could just share my link and tell people to come over and hang out with us and subscribe. And then I also have PayPal and Buy Me a Coffee. And then the biggest thing I can ask of my wonderful people is if you can just share my Gifts and Go link anywhere and everywhere that you can, just to get it out and about. It could really help me out. So I appreciate you. If for any reason you do send me a donation through PayPal or Buy Me a Coffee or my Gifts and Go, please let me know in case I don't get because I'm not getting all my notifications. Because if you do, I'd love to read it out, share with everybody, especially if you send a message with it. So yeah, Maylin, my Superwoman mod, is putting all the links in the chat. She's amazing. My Gifts and Go is linked or pinned to the bottom of the chat. Okay, so thank you for dealing with me through my little spiel there. We are going to get into Kelly Deborah now. Bear with me while I make it full screen. Crazy Sammy sent you, Fridge Breaker. Well, I welcome Crazy Sammy. I love you guys. I love all the guys. And in between, if we do, it looks like, hold on. It looks like you guys want to most of you want to get into Dr. Russell today. So in between Kelly Deborah, well, it looks like 3-2. So I'll wait on that. After Kelly Deborah, we will get into Friday night a little bit. If you guys have not seen my Friday night stream with Joy and Maylin, and Hippie Chick, we had a blast. Lots of laughs. And this Friday coming up, be here, be square at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They will be joining me again to just have a Friday night of laughs. Yes, we love Sammy. We love all of you. You still can't clip. You still can't do clips? Jeez, oh, Pete's stupid YouTube. Oh, they did? They fixed the pin messages? So is it back at the top? I didn't look. Oh, it was pinned. Now it's not. I guess I got to pin it again. What the hell? Is that why it's not pinned anymore at the bottom? Because they fixed it? Hold on. Please, wait. Why? My chat is messed up. Oh, no, it is at the bottom. Okay. What do you mean it's fixed? It's still at the bottom. I don't want to watch myself either, Malin. I hate listening to myself, but we'll see. It was a fantastic time, wasn't it? We had a lot of fun. All right, before I decide if we're going to watch myself, we're going to get into Deborah. This Friday is going to be epic. This Friday is going to be epic. We have some very, very good things planned for this Friday. Okay, mine is still at the bottom, Malin. Hold on. I'm going to close YouTube and open it up again. Let me see if it changes. Nope, still at the bottom. Okay, it's on your laptop? Oh, maybe it's different on the computer versus the phone. Makes me wonder. All right, so let's get into Deborah, and I'm going to keep the vote up for a little bit to see if anyone else wants to vote. And here we go.
Inquire.
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the viewers, please?
Kelly Dever, last name Dever.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
Hold
Where are
on.
you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed?
Okay, I'm actually going to slow hers down to 1.25 just because she does and Alan Jackson talk fast. So here we go.
Boston Police Department.
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time? When I was employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
As a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations
Not.
that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023. Does that sound right? About right?
I know it was the summer of 2023.
Okay.
So,
do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that face date of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Hi, Genuine.
Sergeant Good, Officer Mulaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening or the early morning hours of January 29th.
Okay, you guys are confusing my chat. Hi, Jonah Bark. Welcome. Just so you know, it is apparently opposite or tell a funny lie day in Scarlett's chat. So just don't believe everything you read. It's so funny. These are obviously not true things. It's just a funny spread a silly rumor day apparently in my chat. So that's what it is.
Did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that. The nature of the call and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes. So I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place. So I was already at the station.
Did you note whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No.
Do you now?
Because of this case, yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Okay. Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Is he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Is he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when
going on?
I was probably first familiarized with him because that's when I.
Okay, hold on. Is someone disrespecting my chat? One of my mods, this Jonah Bark is opposite day, yes. So I just want to make sure that we are all because it's probably me, the way it's reading, and because of the joking going on, I just want to make sure everyone in the chat is nice to everybody in my chat. You want to disrespect Kelly Dever, you go right ahead. But no one disses my chat.
Was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Passing in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes. Sustained is to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who's Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He's your boss.
And
correct?
did you
Yes.
see if I went over it when I got her resignation paper that she turned in? It said reason because I want, or not because, it just says I want to. 3 words. I want to. Bullshit. She didn't quit because she wanted to.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
You
I
speak
know there was-
smart, Zach. Good. Thank you, Jonah Bark.
camera
Like I
screens, but I don't know if it,
I'm sorry. Like I said, it was me. And because of the opposite day and the joking day, I just wanted to verify because I have some new people here. So I appreciate you. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm so glad you guys are all here today. No, Jonah Bark, you were not called out. No, I was just making sure because of the way I was reading all the chats that everyone knew first and foremost that it's opposite day. There are people saying some funny shit in my chat, and I didn't want anyone to take offense. And I just wanted you to know if anyone that is new disrespects my chat in any way, that is a problem. But no one's being called out. No one's nothing. I just want, like I said, I have no real rules here. There are no rules, okay? Besides, you cannot blatantly disrespect me or my chat, and more so in my chat. I'm very protective of them because they're amazing, amazing people here. And for everyone that's new, and especially not just coming in today, we've been on a roll making jokes about people today. So that's why I just wanted people to know not everything being said in the chat is obviously true, like being neighbors and such and such. So no. Thank you guys for being here. Made up questions, I quit. Yeah. Because I want to. Exactly. Prince of Wales was not nice to me. Zach, be nice. I love you guys. Here we go.
they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally Port?
Terry, I love you.
So 2.5 years since
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask the question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room that you put? What do you recall being in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in Sallyport at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sallyport?
A Sallyport is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You're aware that the Sallyport garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sallyport garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the
Can't
footage,
fucking
so yes, there were
answer
cameras.
the
All right,
question.
so hold
According
on.
to
So I'm
media,
going
yes.
to Strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent.
Yeah, watch how long she
And
takes
if
to
you don't
answer
have
this
any-
question.
But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right.
The way she just disrespects Bev.
There were cameras in the Sallyport.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, do you want to be here tonight?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here tonight.
Objection. This isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions. No, and I understand that.
Do you want to be here tonight?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial.
Right
So I
there.
don't have any idea why I'm here.
Right there. You've never talked to me. And yet in about 5 minutes, she's going to say, you threatened me with perjury. How can she say, you've never talked to me and you threatened me with perjury? Lie.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been close to stand.
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to certain, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath.
Oh,
Yes,
not
I do.
only does she
What is
forget
that?
it,
The oath is to tell the
creates
truth.
false memories.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All over. Is there more than that oath when you raise your right hand? Does it, what is?
Objection.
So when you see it side by side, just
Sure. One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that, one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Hi, Amy.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky
Welcome.
on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for assumption. Yeah. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we're talking about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed.
Beavers.
Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see online in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
Exactly.
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
My clarification.
How long?
Go with yes.
I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Yes.
Thank you. What time about did you
A
take over the
wildly
dispatch
long
desk?
time
That
it
morning?
took her to answer that.
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out. So I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day.
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sallyport while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior to
let
the
me ask the
first-
question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, stuck out in your mind?
Given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you
I'm
rephrase
sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was providing factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those
Good
law enforcement
question.
agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained. As to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
I don't recall.
Okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
As
wasn't.
a trained law enforcement agent,
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
as a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie. Yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you, in fact, saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sally Port with the SUV? And I finished my question.
You can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sally Port together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that.
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay. You and I spoke along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Lilly on a conference call last year sometime. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why did you say malicious?
I didn't use the word
I had a
malicious.
conversation.
Why are you saying
but-
malicious?
It was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
Okay, Jake
You were
Corner,
asked to go to the
get back.
commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial. So, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force, generally, at the time that you were called up to the Commissioner's office, on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes in Boston Police, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know any of your colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that you wanted to see you in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel, the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
In the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during that conversation.
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
You ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
Exactly, made a question.
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm gonna see it type out.
You don't just make this shit up. You make this shit spewing on your
Yes, thank
stand up right now to hide
Ms.
something.
Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was general legal counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a
He made
direct
a
quote.
direct quote.
So
I knew it.
I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year
Yes,
ago,
she
when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Deaver, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever. And
That's not a mistake. Let's see, like, you want me to repeat the question so I get
So,
that right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the
I asked you what
other.
his intent was, Madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
his words were, do the right thing, correct?
I don't recall.
It's an obvious lie. Obvious lie.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law?
I don't talk while I'm talking.
During the course
Thank
of
you
your
for
job?
the vote.
Two dozen, 3 dozen.
And
Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
in any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just,
Do you understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever,
Officer
not
Deborah.
including this one,
Oh,
Did you have a box?
Jackson.
or
Oh,
did you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
no.
Thank you.
all right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney
exactly.
Jackson, asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
Because of
How many
course
times have you
there's
spoken
no,
to
you know,
Attorney Jackson or
by
anybody
video
on the defense
camera or
team before today?
CCTV that she actually
Prior to the
left.
first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about a year and a half after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about a year and a half later. It was the August of 2023 meeting. So actually a year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you a year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sally Port area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications there was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you may told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Port area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember
On
when
that
your shift ended
day.
that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sally Port until about an hour and a half after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
Oh, wait a minute.
So when I saw that information,
Hold on.
it made it
Do you hear? Wait, hold on.
hour and a half after I left. The vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sally port until
When did she
right
say
prior.
she was
I know that I
told
left.
That day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sally port until about an hour and a half after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information,
Okay, sorry, I got confused because she said the defense. I thought she said, for some reason, I was thinking the Commonwealth put through that. She said a different time, so never mind. My thought process doesn't even matter. So sorry about the interruption.
think about your memory.
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you.
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team, and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to the conversation,
Malicious.
I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No.
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you?
Really?
have you received any
Why are you such a
negative
bitch?
pushback because of you sharing your memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Have you received any attention, warranted attention?
Because they called you into the office and told you better fucking lie.
Not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
You mentioned the media sent you something. What did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably, you were contacted by the defense.
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury.
Yes,
Who did that?
one of the male members of the defense team.
Oh yeah, Cat Randall.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an
Because
accurate
you
memory?
said that.
Yes.
Shit. Hold on, guys. My internet's in. Come on. Oh, don't. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know why my internet's taking a shit. One moment, please. What the hell? Give me a second, guys. Sorry, I'm gonna. Oh, there we go. My modem. Was acting up. I think it's going now. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you like my bird?
So it's now time for the opening statements.
Right.
Mr. Brennan.
I had to close out YouTube completely. I don't know what the hell happened to my internet, but should be good now. It's completely back up to excellent. Okay. Thank you for hanging out while I make it back. Here we go. Oh, what the hell is
Our name to applied love.
Ugh. I clicked the wrong one now, apparently. What the hell?
So it's now time for the opening statements. Mr. Brennan.
Shut up, Auntie Beth.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They became very aggressive, raised their voices, and the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what the state of mind was. You can mean it.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is from a factual timeline saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
By the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about interviewing or anything evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something?
Welcome, Van Gallagher.
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustained.
Who's strike?
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should give your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from Boston Police Department given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shoot your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department Commissioner, did he ever ask you sections of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people of the Boston Police Department,
But he
have they
never
ever
heard
weighed
those
in
two words
any way
together.
on
Isn't that what Michael Cox said?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony
I
is.
find it funny,
But I
how
don't feel any need
she
to
had to
fall into
think
it
about
because
that
I'm here to
answer.
speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were
Best part's coming up.
How long was that conversation?
Their entire job.
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my
Depends on
physical
what you
phone would not
say
go
on
back
the
far
stand.
enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes.
You're a police officer, correct?
Yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
Answer the question.
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right. The fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes.
That's it. That's
I contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes,
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, yours, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
no,
No. Your job as a police officer is to be objective, isn't it?
yes,
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle,
Don't
just the facts, as you know them, correct?
bullshit. You
Yes.
You
don't.
feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second. What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the sally port of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the sally port when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that, so yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you.
may I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Dever, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz, you never saw them leave but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sally Port for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection at the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of by the way, you indicated on your questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me.
Yes.
Understand that?
Yes.
You remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? Remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
Yes.
my question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Deborah. Did we read to you? Were you read the exact
That's where he
same
did that
thing
on purpose.
that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Deborah.
Okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No comments.
More than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so no comments, just questions, please.
Auntie Bab needs a white claw.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
Objection.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
No, you changed
What
it.
you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh,
I don't
I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you spoken with anyone? Not Mr. Brennan. He's covered that. Spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all? In
Yes.
any regard?
That's who Denise is,
Not my
nefarious.
recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends
Oh,
Girlfriends,
it's
boyfriends,
Michelle. Oh,
personal
thanks,
friends.
made a question.
with anyone that's connected with this case?
I thought that was Denise too.
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift now.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
That doesn't
Were you
matter.
aware of the sequestration order?
You
I
violated
don't know what that
the
means. So no.
sequestration
You're
order.
a sworn police officer. You don't know what sequestration means
No,
in terms of witnesses?
No.
Not watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
no, I wasn't aware.
You believe
But you
that?
did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Yes.
And that conversation is reflected in this
Thank you,
piece of paper
guys.
that I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No.
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
Yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No. And I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you
This
spoke
trial
to those
isn't
law
the same as
enforcement
the first
officers
trial,
back in
is it, Tommy?
2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson, and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes.
Do you understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth? Do you understand that?
Yes.
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Oh, shut up. Thank
You
you.
understand the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
No.
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
No.
After being shown the evidence that you left
Yeah,
that
she got
day,
to keep her job.
January 29,
until they forced her to
2022 at
leave.
3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sally Port at 5:30 or so p.m. Is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Port with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
There is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection.
Sustain in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the
Thank you.
truth about your mistake?
Objection.
No, allow it.
Hello.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes.
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
Yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there'd be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
Yes.
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
Yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told
No.
them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me
They
alive
wanted you
into
to
repeating
tell the
something that
truth.
is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to say what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate
No.
them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course,
So why did you come in here?
No, because she would have been fired.
my entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
Thank you.
Last part. Interjection.
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agree that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers. law enforcement officers, correct? If you agreed with what you said in August 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating 2 officers, fellow officers, correct?
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating 2 officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not 1, but 2 fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
it's not possible I
If
saw
you
that.
agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputations of 2 officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
I'm still,
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that
Thank
question.
you. That's all I got.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had
Ooh, yummy,
tampered with
Cheryl.
evidence, did you?
No,
You
I
never
want some.
implicated them saying that
Hey,
they had
Scott.
framed anybody, did you?
no.
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No.
Never.
No.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
Yourself.
All right, Officer Dever, you're awesome.
Here,
Your Honor.
All
awesome.
right, jurors will take a morning recess, 20 minutes.
All right, guys. I know her attitude, right? All right, so hold on 1 second while I wait for the other one to load so I can pause it.
All right,
morning.
Mr. Alessi, whenever.
Okay, so it looks like you guys voted. We have 5 people who say yes to Dr. Russell today and 2 for tomorrow. If anyone hasn't voted yet and wants to, before I decide, if you want me to start Dr. Russell's testimony right now, put a 1 in the chat. If you want me to wait till tomorrow, put a 2 in the chat. So we got another 1. So that's 6. I think that's 6. Yep, 6. Anybody else? Got 12. We got, oh, Maylin. It's okay. Sylvia, another 1. Oh, James says, oh, uh-oh, we got a couple 2s coming in. Uh-oh. Let's see where we're at. Well, I got to go with the chat, you guys. So most of you want me to start Dr. Russell's testimony today, so that we are going to get into it now. Now, the direct is, let's see. Direct is just under 3 hours. We are going to start at 1.5. If it gets too fast, please let me know. Probably will not make it all the way through direct today. We definitely will not be starting, obviously, cross-examination until tomorrow. But let's get into the direct and see how far we go. Thanks, guys.
Are you ready?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes.
Prince
Marie
River!
Russell. Russell.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
for over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988,
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
I have a physician and surgeon license in California, a medical license in Massachusetts, New York, and Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
I attended both MIT and Northeastern University here
Let's
in
start with-
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's in Massachusetts.
When did you attend pre-med and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree with the highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes,
Where did you attend medical school and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies? And if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is.
Yes, I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city, and in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was in the near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area, so it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships, and could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes. So after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency, and that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease. And so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center. And after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be a drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, and in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at x-rays, if there were x-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course, reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including, the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm board
certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and that was, after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination. Then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. Other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, the membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the Medical Board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role of the Medical Board is to protect the public health, to protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the Medical Board, just the last question with regard to that, what type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards, what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what, things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
We can do it for maybe a little more for the jury. If you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the, or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
And briefly describe your duties in that role.
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department. So I hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic surgery services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
So you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during your time in that role.
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Now, did you have any involvement there in examining or identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along, before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It was a 19-story building, General Hospital. And now it's actually called General LA General or something of that nature. So, anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role. And my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support, and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, the director of QA. For many years, I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, a dedicated for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. So I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes, they're medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing, over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two
categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discussed, dogs that have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor. Generally, a puncture wounds, maybe some slight avulsions, like skin defects, slight skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds I saw, were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at the time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes. So if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the usually extremity, by the way, and so you get what I consider an incomplete dog bite, because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for more dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see, and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
Generally, they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these horrific wounds, many of them, I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong, because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that they, you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites, because I was assigned to jail ward. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts, and when? In the city of Malden. I was appointed as first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full-time. And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full-time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift, and I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes.
Full member of the police force?
Yes.
Did you attend academy?
Yes, I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No,
I'm not Boston, the ball.
I was a Malden police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
Overall?
Overall.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites, because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
Okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year, because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just cut it in half and said I think at least 500.
In addition to the 500, did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians, assistants, nurse practitioners who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes.
And approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles. And in terms of those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have. And there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements, and a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi. And the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000-week number again, if I saw, at least 3 motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. That's not the interns, residents I'm working with.
So shifting again a little bit, as medical director of jail medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there, similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
So in the jail medical services, we dealt with people who were in custody. Some of them were also, drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were, they're arrested for a variety of reasons. Anyways, and if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see, interesting cases there.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yeah, so while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job teaching a course called Legal Medicine to graduate students, master's level students, in the criminalistics master's program at Cal State University.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured or killed. And so we dealt with things such as time of death, postmortem changes, wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things. Yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about wounds and patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So when a criminalist or a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of deaths. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide. This could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite mark, that maybe that area needs to be swabbed or photographed, especially, and et cetera. So that's basically, it was very basic, but that's what
Let's now shift again to your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I, given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there were typically 10 to 15 cases going on at any given day. And so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs.
Exactly right.
And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body, or as best I can remember, including a wide variety: puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go. We talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer-review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites injury patterns, and another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you? Those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others, articles or books, as part of a peer review process?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series, and one of the chapters in one of those issues was on it was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who is a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts, and in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds, and also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. If you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
Yes.
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any court in the United States?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
No.
And why not?
Because prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice, in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from a variety of mechanisms, including assaults or motor vehicle accidents. Again, a lot of wounds from accidents, and then of course gunshot wounds.
Were those the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to. You've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally? And we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on X-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course very important to physicians that deal with patients that come in from from the street, so to speak, from who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to, or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in the case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles, yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from a patient.
Oh, yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
And that's one example of others. And with regard to language barriers, did you ever encounter that as an obstacle to you understanding what may have happened and you therefore had to exercise your pattern recognition skills?
Yes.
So now in terms of dog bites specifically, how often, if at all, did you have to look at a patient without input from anyone to determine whether it was from a dog?
Occasionally.
And can you recall any specific instance, or is it just you're recalling that you generally had to do it, but you can't recall a specific instance?
The second of that I generally had to do it. Sometimes, there was a language barrier and people couldn't describe what it was that bit them. And it was important to know because treatment for different types of bite wounds is very, very different.
And to be fair to the situation, you can't give any one specific. You remember this person was this age, et cetera, but you know that you did that on more than one. I'll withdraw that and go to the next area. Let's now talk about wound pattern recognition in the area of forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic analysis or forensic injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and no figuring out about how it happened or what caused the injuries, so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic pathology training, I was interested in how the injury happened. That was a very important factor to me.
Why is pattern recognition important in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, you can look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor of why? Just a few examples, maybe two.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. An issue comes up often in court if certain wounds were inflicted on purpose versus were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It's just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh yes,
Thank you, doctor.
More?
No, yes.
Oh yeah, motor vehicle accident. People who are struck by cars. There are certain patterns that one expects to see when a individual is struck by a car, and we're taught to look for certain patterns, and that can help you determine if they were struck by a car.
In terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who's struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents, including in the Los Angeles area?
I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's continue with the topic that you were talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy?
In terms of human anatomy, and with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead.
Let me explain just in general.
Sure.
Anterior is the front of the body. And so
Excuse me, Dr. Russell, I'm sorry, if you want to stand up so
Yeah,
with Your Honor's permission.
Yes, are you comfortable standing up and doing this?
Yes. So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body. And so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. Palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior. Anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
And what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, their vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know. In terms of decedents. And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused in during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did you gain your knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Not specifically.
In terms of dog dentition, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
Okay. So, for ID?
For ID only, yes.
O for identification.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, may I hand it to you? I'm handing you, Dr. Russell, what is the mark for identification as 000, as in orange. Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition? I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or a person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning it comes to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
And Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell is speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
Is there any objection?
No, thank you.
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And will enlarge, Mr. Wolk, the Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Wolk, if you could just to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? Is it slightly blurry?
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw?
Yes, I can read it.
Right. All righty. So if we could then just reduce it back down so it's a little bit so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of the dog. All right. Is that that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin, and it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that.
Excuse me if I could interrupt. Pardon my interruption. Yes. I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor.
There's nothing on that, Mr.
No.
You guys are making me smile.
Here, Dr. Russell. Hopefully that will work for you. Thank you.
He's my neighbor.
Okay, so this is a side view. And it shows many teeth, and it shows, and it's a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
And is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all their teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques, and so there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, doctor, with your.
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
It's easier for me.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth. And as I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
I'm
Are there
jealous.
certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the puncture wounds, and those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine, or is it just it's a puncture wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay. Please continue.
Okay. Well, that's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on this exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but maybe in some dog breeds, because the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
All right. And so
Actually, yeah. So here you can see. Go back, please. So here you can see again the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw, the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin.
Now you guys are making me hungry.
That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on humans generally. What type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
Well, there are lots of different types of injuries. So they can be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. there could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And then, of course, there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where the actual flap of the skin is removed. And I can go further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a wide range. And can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment, please. Thank you. So in terms of the nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape. And so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience, your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, or those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so uncommon. But because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got seen. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs in our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
Sustained.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility, from your experience, where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
From your experience, for people in your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
Yes. I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All right, now let's move to another category and to keep this moving along. How did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of Massachusetts, I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe, and why? Is it like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what do you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes. I thought the question was interesting.
I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Alessi's question.
Yes, I did.
Go ahead. Please.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned, and I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Sustain.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see it's either really quickly on this.
Dr. Have, in terms of Mr. Wolk, if we could please, and Your Honor, may we publish what is already in evidence, which is Exhibit 167?
Okay.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 167?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that? Well, first let's start. What is it, and then how do you recognize it?
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion is?
Well, I use pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
So let's start with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you mean by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a patient, when a physician sees a patient and, or, in Imogen's case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis, it's very important that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can rule them out, so to speak, if they can rule them in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need to, and if we could have the lights go back on, Your Honor, thank you. So, does applying a differential diagnosis, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes, and does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So, in terms of differential diagnosis, did you apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm did not fit this case.
So is a phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
So we're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias. What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report, and I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police, and then that's what those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh yeah, clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look at?
So there was a shirt like a hoodie shirt that I looked at that had many defects in it.
And when you say defects, what do you mean by defects? Is there a more layperson's term?
Holes.
Thank you. Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Massey.
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also.
You receive it, Tyler.
All right, guys. This was a perfect time because it's a sidebar. This is where we're going to leave off today. It is almost 8 o'clock. I appreciate you guys so much for being here. In case you did not know, and because I do not have redirect yet, because I don't have 1,000 subscribers, I can't just send you off, but the Glare is going live at 9 o'clock if you are interested. TV is not going live tonight. I assume it's going to be tomorrow. I didn't see why it was rescheduled. But so it looks like Clara is taking full advantage of TV not going live tonight. So hopefully I will see you guys in the chat later on today, later on tonight, really. Claire, 9 o'clock tomorrow, depending on what time I go live tomorrow, which normally is right around 1 o'clock, we will get started with the rest of Dr. Russell. So I love you all. Have a great evening, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.